from the front to the back, go. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave.
Lovely placed nade from Damar, and that is going to reap the reward of a couple more eliminations on this team, and Ragnar will get picked back up.
That is absolutely huge. You talk about the nades. The nades have been huge, it seems like, all game long. The smoke one here as well to kind of deny some vision from any other team that was looking to third party. So they should be able to reset with 3 players. Another team dropping out, though, is very important. Once you break into that top 8 is where those placement points start coming. So, you know, if you could start taking out some teams that might be looking to rotate in at the same side as you, it really can help you out in the long run. NIGMA Galaxy, though, rotating in as 4 here. They got 3 cars, 6 eliminations, and everybody alive.
Yeah. Freak, Coops, Roof, Lord, NIGMA Galaxy, they've entered some pretty safe territory here. But there is a team on the horizon to look at. Kill feed. GEEKAY still collecting kills. So that is, what, 6 eliminations for GEEKAY already, with 12 teams still alive, 48 players in this lobby. GEEKAY are off to a fire start.
They really are. I also love the cars inside the house strategy. We saw that some last time. And not only, it's funny. I don't know how it happens either. Somehow they get them in there. They're magicians at working them in, but it also does give you some, like we said, just some nice cover inside these buildings that sometimes have open windows.
Open windows and, you know, maybe slightly closed when you roll up the window of your car. They're kind of bulletproof, you know, not fully bulletproof, but it helps when it comes down to games, you know, mobile games especially, where, you know, those small little pixels don't matter as much. But we do get to see a little bit of a look at the overall map as we are pulling our final circle towards Mansion as well as Shelter. You see NIGMA Galaxies, who's been keeping a big focus on there, contesting 7 Esports. GEEKAY pulling in just behind. MS above GEEKAY, but a lot of teams still even towards the southern side of the map rotating in. Sly Machine, Vision, everybody's going to be catching up to each other, and, you know, in a few moments, things are going to boom.
Oh yeah, things are gonna get crazy here real soon. I mean, part of Prison was in as well, which I would love a Prison ending, because it's just stacks and stacks of floors on top of each other. If it actually pulls towards that building, whoever gets there first has a lot of priority, but we'll see where it does pull. Again, only stage 3 right now. Vision Esports laying low and maybe holding onto their snipers here for a little bit. It looks like their loot is pretty good, though. They got those 2 eliminations, and it seems like they're set up for a pretty good game, keeping all players alive from the start of it.
You know, it's not something that we've touched on yet, but, you know, heading into those late games with, you know, 4 members still alive is such a big accomplishment for so many teams that find themselves successful with winner chicken dinners. So I know, you know, not only you're going to be thinking about your pathing and your positioning, but just staying alive on top of all of that. Something that a lot of teams do struggle with on these rotations. We do see Twisted Minds is taking a brunt of the damage from Vision's Esports. Nice shots out there to keep them just gate-kept towards the edge of the circle. 7 Esports looking to use these vehicles to rotate in towards safety, but you can see they are surrounded as well. 7th Element, you know, they don't just have, you know, one spot to stick with just yet that they feel comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really awkward spot, to be honest. Like, if they're not checking their pack at every single moment, like, there could be just a team that walks up on them. So, you know, I kind of like it. You kind of hop in and out of the cars. You kind of have that ability to maybe move around if there is a squad that looks at you. But at the same time, we're getting that next ring starting to come in. So they might decide where they're wanting to go. They might also want to just clear out behind them. That's a smart play to just, okay, everybody's out from behind of us. We know our backside is clear. We can make a nice, clean rotation.
Oh, 7th Element, now they know GK's there. I'm sure they can hear the vehicles. I'm sure they hear, you know, the clutter and the noise all around them, so that they know they're not in the best of spots. But they do have this small little, I guess, rocky cover that they do have. That's 0-1 Esports. That's Star. Oh. He's all alone.
Bye.
And Star's just going to get ripped to shreds by 7th Element. Surprised he made it this far as a solo, but unfortunately, he's not going to be getting placement points.
Yeah, I mean, really good job and teamwork here from 7th Element, but like you said, absolutely ripped that car apart. It was only a solo, so another team dropping out of the mix down to 11 in total. But This Vision Esports in a slightly awkward spot here. They do have some really good shots to put up towards the team up on the top of the hill, but they have a couple teams around them, and if they aren't careful in this rotation, they could either get, caught in that storm, or just like at the same time, get absolutely massacred because they're in the low side of a hill.
Okay, so Vision Esports are going to get caught lacking a little bit by Sly. I saw MS was taking a little bit of damage. You can see it now through the vision that you and I have. NIGMA Galaxy is going to be in the skirmish versus MS Esports. You see RUKH, that's the second member that I saw go down to Twisted Minds. So some late heroics by Twisted Minds where they were once gate capped, now fighting back against RUKH.
And you talk about that gatekeeping specifically. A lot of teams are starting to utilize this strategy where they have a power position over somebody else that's rotating in late. We're starting to see, these rotations that maybe you were stuck out in the storm for a minute or two starting to come back to bite you now. A lot of these teams starting to fight here. I mean, Seymour, you're going to get your explosion here soon.
Yeah, there's NIGMA's going to lose Freak, and Freak is fully eliminated. So that is a big loss to take for NIGMA Galaxy, who are no longer going to be at full strength. Vision's getting walked on, and that's another player down. Syph looking to come to the rescue as falling comrade, but Slime Machine doing a great job at keeping Vision Esports down and out.
Look at all the angles they have too as well on this fight. The long range there from Steezy, really nice, but they do trade one. They do have to be a little bit careful there. One player a little bit too far forward. Vision, I think, are just going to be taken down to do. I don't know if Sly wants to go and try to finish this fight. The res is coming through as well. One down, one up. It looks like the car is going to come on through. Those Steez wants to engage here, but might be thinking twice about it.
Steez has to be very cautious because it's not only, Vision Esports that you're worrying about now. Teams are starting to third-party this, and Sly uses yet another member. Now that's going to be a full knock onto their members, so you do see that is a troublesome one if you're Slime Machine, who is off to a great start versus Vision Esports. But we talk about a team who's been losing members. MS Star, yeah, another player down, is wanted this time. That's 3 members that I've seen knocked. 7th Element coming to collect some more kills as they are onto 3 eliminations.
I mean, how about this 7th Element squad? They're in a really, really bad position, but just finding ways to leverage it, finding ways to look at the teams around them, and still finding a way to stay 4 alive. You talked about the importance of that, and they're doing it right here, right now. Another team that is 4 alive here. The Regicide, they're going to be, we haven't seen too much of them, but somehow they've gotten 5 eliminations in this game.
It's a big, kind of somehow just quietly just finding kill after kill, just doing what needs to be done to reach towards this end. But we are into our 9 teams left. So you know what that means. After one more team falls, we're going to be seeing placement points for the rest.
Yep. You get to start to build up those placement points. Obviously, you want to get that first place. Like we said, it is 10 extra points in your bank, and you got to find eliminations along the way. You can't just have one or the other. You can't just have eliminations. You can't just have placement. You got to find a really healthy balance here. Vision Esports, we're seeing the remnants of their fight here, unfortunately. Is just going to be Falcon taken down to just themselves, but we talked about it. The Rats, Seymour. Maybe Falcon can fly on in here to the next zone.
That is, a big maybe for Vision Esports, who somehow find themselves in this spot. But RTG, who are you talking about, now taking a Regicide down. Nice flank here from Falcon. Knocks Coops. And Enigma are just rattled by, where did he come from? What is happening? They don't know.
Yeah. I mean, that's really, really tough. The nade lands perfectly. They're out of the game because of that. 8 teams left. That's also going to be a secured top 8, but we're in another fight here. 7th Element, we just gave them so much props, but it looks like they have a lot of members down, only down to 1 alive in this car. So looking for the 1v1 possibly, looking for the jump over the rock. There it is, but does it win?
No.
7th Element will fall. Wow.
That's Twisted Minds, all down to 1. They came into this tournament with 3 members. They were already a player down, but with a knocked member of Anas and a huge clutch 1 versus 7th Esports, or 7th Element, Twisted Minds are still fighting tooth and nail, and there we see Vision Esports fully eliminating NIGMA Galaxy.
Some big names dropping out and some big clutches already here, but the circle not done closing. 6 teams left, 13 players, and again, we talk about the importance of keeping so many alive. Falcon, we'll see what you can do as a solo here. 6 eliminations already for the squad, playing on actually a pretty good side of the zone where nobody is right now, has some trees and some coverage, but it looks like Regicide might be looking for you if you're not too careful.
At this moment, you know, in the circle and the placement points that you're thinking about, careful is the name of the game. So just pot shots here and there, poking and prodding from all these teams to see if they can, you know, burn their meds, you know, burn their utility that they do have. But Vision Esports finally going to get wrecked. Falcon in a little bit of a tough spot, and Regicide are going to send them packing in 6th place. But hats off to Falcon for getting 2 placement points for his team all alone.
I mean, Falcon almost did it again, to be honest. Like, if they didn't drive all 4 there, I think he might have clutched up again. So, just had to be a little bit careful. But yeah, props off to Falcon. Now in the top 4 here, 10 players remaining. And all of a sudden, it seems like the Regicide in such a good position on the top of this hill. Not only do they have those eliminations they just picked up, they cleared their backside, and now they can just look forward.
Eyes on a swivel. Thinking about the end game. 4 teams left. This is where placement points become all the better. You drop here, you get 4 placement points on top of those eliminations. But look at GEEKAY, 8 eliminations, and Damar ends up going down. But Team Star loses Fury. That's Ragnar to get that knock. You know, Fofo should be able to get this res back up, but doesn't look like teams are going to let that happen just for free. So Fofo's ever so vigilant about this possibility as they are stuck in this staircase. He's not going to get the knock. GK lose hope. Ragnar takes down Fofo. Star get knocked down, fully eliminated. Now Regicide looking for the winner chicken dinner. And that's what they're going to get in game number 1.
Absolutely deserved here. Regicide taking the win. They'll eat nice tonight, and what a clean game from them right through the entirety of it. They survived with all 4 members. They played that mountainside absolutely perfectly. They took down Falcon, the one solo that had the possibility to grief their game, and they are starting out today with a big win and a large amount of eliminations as well.
That's what we are kind of looking forward to, a team not only getting that winner chicken dinner, but the eliminations to back up their story for that scoreboard. And the Regicide, they get all of the above. They check off those boxes for a fantastic start to this tournament. The monthly finals could not have been more chaotic here on Arango for game number 1, Llama. And I'm loving what the Regicide were giving us towards the end. They knew they wanted that ultimate high ground. They knew they needed to take a couple teams down. They overwhelm Vision Esports. They don't allow Falcons anywhere closer. And as soon as they take Vision Esports down, they have full reign of the top side of that final circle, and nobody could combat them.
Yeah, and I honestly want to see how they continue to keep on going. Because, yes, obviously, like we said, this first game, it's really nice, but you want to keep on going. You want to keep the consistency. I want to see how they do it across to all of these maps specifically. And we were talking about it in the beginning. It seemed very quiet of a game from them. They somehow were picking off eliminations here or there, finding a perfect rotation on in, and then just played that end game, like you said, absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple things that you and I were kind of noting on what we were looking for teams rotating into that final circle. First off, positioning. Their pathing to get that high ground was fantastic from the Regicide. Staying alive was a big thing. All 4 members making sure they were still in that end game. And, you know, we didn't see a lot of other teams in that exact same position. Maybe GK had a shot, but with the damage that they were taking against Team Star, they just were never able to stay alive as a full core 4 squad. So, you know, between Team Star trying to live and get that second placing, between GK having 8 points and looking for a little bit extra, you know, the Regicide were just in the right place at the right time with all that they needed to take that win. So it is a huge start for them. And not only that, I mean, you could still say the same for Team Star or for the Stars who were kind of in a spot where they were rotating, taking so much damage, but still managed to get a 3rd place finish in this game. So not too shabby out of them either.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. And it's kind of like you said, it's all about that position as well. Because if GK was in that high ground position, they win that for sure, right? Because it's that spot that is so nice, and GK was just getting fire from all the way on their backside. So no real way to fight it for themselves. Just have to play out and see if they can do it in the next game. GK will still probably be second, I would have to think as well. So
Yeah.
not too terrible for them.
I'd imagine with second place finishing with all the kills that they had, not too terrible of a spot to be in. There's a long road still ahead for the consistency that we're looking for out of a couple of these teams. But let's take a look back on Erangel from what we saw in game number 1. The highlights from our first map are absolutely insane, and it might have started a little bit slow, but towards the end here in this final circle, we saw a couple of teams really stepping up. This 1v1 by Twisted Minds was incredible. Falcon reaching 6th place, unheard of. And, it just might be enough for some of those teams who might not have a great start to Erangel, having, a solid placing that they find themselves inside of the leaderboard when we do get that scoreboard.
Yeah, and I think it's good that you point that out, because that 1v1 was huge. I mean, it skyrocketed them from possibly like a 9th place finish to getting all those eliminations, plus getting up to like 5th or 6th. So really, really good. And I think that's what Twisted Minds just does, right? They've been doing this constantly. We said they're a repeated team. This is why they're back there, is because they have those players that can clutch up. They have those players that can win the 1v1, and they're still so good as a team, even though they did lose the 3 earlier. The teammates are still giving communication. They're giving those call outs and helping them out, saying where this ring is going, where players are, and that is really invulnerable.
And it's incredible to talk about, too, because they didn't just enter the game with 4 members there. They had that player connection issue that I was talking about at the start, and they flew into Erangel only with 3 members. So the fact that they were able to make it as far as they did with, eliminations to go alongside that, if they can get all 4 members alive going into Miramar, they can completely turn a new leaf heading into that map number 2 of this monthly final. But speaking of that, Llama, before we get to our scoreboard, we got Miramar up next. We got a little bit of a taste of Erangel, so we're going to be able to talk about that. But we do have this scoreboard, and it is the Regicide reigning on top of their winner chicken dinner. 11 elimination points, 10 placement points, 21 total points, and just underneath them with 16, it is GK. And I was expecting to see Team Star maybe in that 3rd place spot, but Slime Machine are going to walk away with it.
Yeah, Slime Machine able to pick up 7 elimination points and the 4 placement points as well to kind of lock them in. But Regicide, a really big game to start them out. Obviously, it's not the biggest game in the world. You could have loved more than 11 elimination points. So the scoreboard still be relatively close. Again, it's only 5 points separating them between GK, only about 10 between the next team. It's a good spot, but you got to keep going. I think we were kind of looking at maybe the 40 to 45 point marker for the teams here today if they want to get that top 5, and even more if you want to get that first place. You're probably looking at 70 to 80 points.
Yeah, it's not done just yet. I'm happy to see Vision Esports and Twisted Mind on that. NIGMA Galaxy, they also make the cut for top 8. 7th Element are going to be there. I think NIGMA Galaxy, a team that we always saw active in a lot of these fights. Llama, a team that never really was shy of taking those gunfights. And, they do get those 6 eliminations. But, because you're so kind of hot-headed, because you want to take all the fights and all the action, you can imagine that as soon as, other teams were hearing that, they just ended up getting third party after third party, and there's only so much action you can handle when you're a team early on into this game. Without that, I guess, storm to, watch your back, there's always that, I guess, reassurance that somebody might be watching you, and you should be ready to get shot in the back. But let's take a look at our bottom cut of these teams, our bottom 9 to 16, who didn't get those placement points, starting with Team Tough sitting on top, but a couple of zeros, a couple of donuts to begin, and a lot of teams, I'm sure, looking to right this mistake going into game 2.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, we talked about it. It's a long day. You got 4 more games, but you definitely don't want to start out with that goose egg. So looking at some of these teams, I'm actually like surprised, because like 0-1 had some good rotations. RUKH was good at some times in that game, but just couldn't find a way to really pick up too many points. And I mean, when we were talking about it on the other screen, the eliminations are nice for some of those teams that are maybe in that 8th or 7th position, but at the same time, those placement points are what are going to be more consistent. If we're seeing Regicide every single time get a good rotation, it's just going to be points and points and points for them. But I mean, credit to Team Tough. We were kind of giving them some good props. They picked up 3 elimination points. It's not nothing. It's not the most points in the world, but you at least get yourself started.
Yeah, you at least, get that, beginning into it. You shake off that rust. We talked about how we wanted to see teams, step up in a really big manner for game number 1. That is a pretty high expectation to give to a lot of these teams who, might still be, I guess, waking up when it comes down to the competition. So you always have game number 2 to bounce back. It's definitely not done just yet. We have that extra game, that 5th game to even worry about Llamas. So, it's just the beginning for, what is going to be a long, long day of these monthly qualifiers. But let's talk about Miramar because, we hinted at it a little bit at the start of Erangel, but it's a little bit of a difference, when it comes to not only verticality, but the natural cover that is provided on this map. It is a desert tundra that we're going to be looking into. Very mountainous map compared to Erangel and Sanhok. And this is a chance for teams who might not be a little bit more opt into taking that high ground and leveraging it for the late game and having a lot better of a chance at getting that early positioning.
Yeah, this map is all about early positioning. If your rotations are not on point, if you're caught, if you're going to take a team fight out in the first storm, you are just going to lose this game because, like you said, it is very, very mountainous. If you can get up on those positions before anybody else, you can start to just look down, and it's impossible to really take those angles, take those fights against those teams up in the top. So, and it's not only important for that, we just saw the importance of high ground in those end circles. So if you're sitting up on the mountain at one of the end circles when it pulls your way, you're just kind of a free win. So I really want to see these teams on a timer, give themselves a minute or something to loot, and then immediately rotate, get yourself into a good position.
Yeah, I mean, take a page of the book of Regicide after what we just saw for the winner chicken dinner. I mean, Miramar is definitely going to have plenty of opportunities for that. So I'm looking how teams, adapt into that because when we get into game number 3, that's going to be, I guess, the turning point of our tournament, where, a lot of teams who might be more opt to taking that run and gun approach like NIGMA Galaxy were looking like in Erangel and, using that to their best abilities. Sanhok is going to be the place to fully just go, guns to the wall, take all the gunfights, and try to overpower the rest of these teams. When it comes down to Miramar, you got to think a little bit more. You got to use that strategy, and I think I'm looking for those adaptations, out of all of these teams, especially the ones who didn't have a good start to game number 1. They're definitely going to have to, show me that they can still I guess, turn up when we do go back to Erangel and Miramar.
Yeah, that's the hope. They can still kind of bounce back here. And at the same time as well, it's kind of awkward, like we said, kind of going from map 1 to map 2. For Regicide specifically, I want to see them have a good game because it's not the same map. It's not the same rotational path. You're not going to be maybe fighting the same people near to off drop, but I still want to see them kind of bounce up and have a good game here because it is about that consistency. Even with all these 3 different maps, even with the separating between one after another, you have to stay consistent one after another. And I mean, you could have 20 points and you could still not make it in the top 5 if you don't do good in these back 4 games.
I mean, it all starts here for so many of these members, writing those wrongs into game number 2, starting over, turning a new leaf. How many times do we want to say it in different ways? But it's just, you have to show us that, that consistency is going to be there. And Miramar is a fantastic spot to turn it around after Erangel. We got plenty of action still ahead of us, folks. And, another map just ready to come up. People we're working on getting these players into Miramar as quick as possible. But just if you missed it, a recap of Erangel if you're just tuning in. We got 5 maps, but we already are done. Map number 1, the Regicide came away with that winner chicken dinner, 21 total points, leading the lobby. After that, GEEKAY Esports in 2nd place with 16, and Slime Machine in 3rd place with 11. So that's something to talk about too, Llama, when we look at the disparity already between these teams. Because after that 11 on Slime Machine, Team Star only has 8. So it is just, it's one of those where already we're seeing a little bit of a disparity in points between that 1, 2, 3, and 4 teams. So this is going to be an exciting Miramar for teams wanting a revenge.
Well, you speak about Miramar. We are here for the second game of the day. Nice little point showcase as well. Regicide, like you said, going to be leading into this game, leading off on the leaderboard, but everybody is not out of it yet. Lots of games, and the flight path a little bit more left-leaning again, so if you are landing on the right side, may have to go and walk a little bit longer, but we'll see where people are landing. We'll see if there's any of those early contests, because you can take an early fight and still find a way to rotate out, and you can maybe pick up some elimination points along the way.
So we were calling that flight path a lot better than Erangel, but I love this overview of all the points that we do have too. It kind of gives us a little bit of a second showing of what to expect. You look at 7th Element and NIGMA Galaxy 2, both tied at 7 points alongside Twisted Minds. You know, Vision Esports is going to be the one to put them a step ahead at 8, but, you know, with already a tie in Game 3, or in Game 1, heading into Game number 2, this is going to be fun, as it looks like we're hopping on with NIGMA Galaxy right away.
Yeah, it does look like they have a possible contest coming on through, a team landing nearby, but I do have a question here before we start towards you, Seymour. If you had to pick one team that you think is going to win this game based off the performances of Game 1 or just the team names in general, who do you think is going to take it?
Just with the strict discipline of the Regicide and, you know, the way that they played that last circle with positioning and all, and the fact that they had those 11 eliminations, they put themselves in good showing to, you know, maybe do it again here on a map that is going to reward that same exact play style. So it's not a bad idea to, you know, put some stock into that team to go back to back, but I think I'm expecting, you know, a little bit more from, you know, a team like Twisted Minds, who was able to show that clutch potential in a lot of those 1v1s and those individual gunfights, and with a player down, still finding themselves in 6th place in a tie against 3 teams on our scoreboard after game number 1. So with all 4 members hopefully dropping into this map, I'm expecting a little bit more out of them and possibly a win.
I like it. That's some good ideas. I think, like you said, they have that clutch potential. They have that ability to walk it on back. I'm actually looking at the team we're spectating now, NIGMA Galaxy. They're a really good just team fighting team. We saw them be able to take a lot of those elimination points in last time, and they are fighting a team off of drop, so maybe able to take some of those early points. Hopefully don't lose too many members in this fight, but you can really get a lot of loot off your opponents as well. So we'll see how tactical they can play this one. You know, neither of the two teams really budging yet, though. They're kind of just staring each other down.
Yeah, who's going to take the first step? Yes, Vision Esports. They weren't in the best spot too, rotating into that last circle. Yes, you know, they are in 5th place with those 8 points. They, you know, Falcon did get a few extra eliminations and placements towards the end, but the rest of the team was kind of lacking behind, and I'm sure they don't want to be caught in a bad spot right off the rip.
No, that would not be fun. Don't want to lose members too early. Does look like 01 King is the team that is contesting NIGMA Galaxy, so we'll see how their loot looks for now. Does look like Thor has been knocked down, so squad of Team Tough is also contesting. So for them, looks like it is actually going to be Vision, and it's going to be M7, who was the last player alive last time. We'll be able to win the 1v1, reset with this SMG, look long range, and somehow hit the burst. That was absolutely insane on the shots, and should be able to hit the finish. The res is available as well.
The Reds are going to come back up for sure. 2 eliminations already. Vision Esports kind of caught whimpering now on the way out. Tail tucked between their legs, and they are possibly looking to hightail it out. But at the same time, Tough now getting that member rezzed back up. You know, Vision Esports, they don't have the capabilities because, again, it comes back to what we were talking about Miramar. There's not a lot of natural cover to escape with. They are kind of stuck high and dry, and now M7's gonna spot, you know, Al Shmari inside of that window, and Tough are working to collapse on this position.
Yeah, I hope they do it together, because you don't want to lose a player here. That 1v1 just does not go your way. It could be the worst, but there you go. They surround the building, they take them down, and that should be Vision fully eliminated here. What a fight from Tough, and a squad that took 3 eliminations in game number 1 as well, really starting to show out as well. But it looks like possibly NIGMA Galaxy might be advancing to take this fight.
I'd expect nothing less out of NIGMA Galaxy. 0-1, one of those teams that also fell a little bit early than they hoped. Back on one. Nice Molotov there is going to wait them out. Right into the shotgun of Coops. Damage isn't good enough to find a knock, and Coops now kind of caught on the back foot. Hero very hesitant to walk through, and rightfully so. This shotgun is definitely going to pack quite the punch as soon as you walk in, but NIGMA Galaxy is in a tough spot, and they lose out on Coops in even a worse position.
Yeah, Coops will get taken down. Shotgun not enough to fight on back, and you credit 0-1 King. They get the finishes as well. That's very important, and it does feel like NIGMA Galaxy is starting to lose off this fight. So team fighting squad we talked about are going to suffer a couple of casualties, and Freak is going to go down as well. Again, the teamwork from 0-1 King really just making the dream work here, playing together, taking these eliminations. They're going to have a really good start to this game, and they're looking to take NIGMA Galaxy completely off the map.
Yeah, that's a huge feat to accomplish right out away here in Miramar. NIGMA Galaxy, although they were not forced to be reckoned with towards the end circle of Game 1, they were still able to put together 6 eliminations to put them on the board for when it comes to the top 8 in the scoreboard. So taking them down here, and now starting to right the wrongs is 0-1 King.
But just slob some here. Does look like Exit did take some damage as well, so just going to be a little bit careful here. Again, it's about cleaning up these team fights just at the best you can, because you don't want to lose a member. We talked about the importance of having everybody alive, and it's good to get these eliminations, but at what point do you just leave here? They know the position. Dangerous here for Star. Looks for the peek through the window. Doesn't have some damage. Takes him down to about 2/3 HP. Will try to pop through the wall as well, but it just seems like head peeking back and forth. A little bit of a game of chicken here.
Well, here's the fun part about possibly leaving if you are 0-1. You don't. You fight it out. You take down NIGMA Galaxy, and that's 4 eliminations for 0-1 Esports, who had 0 points at the end of Game 1. A fantastic start to Miramar. We look over towards Tough, who was also in a battle versus Vision Esports. They have 4 eliminations. I can imagine Vision Esports are also down and out.
Yeah, they are gone, unfortunately for them. It also means, Seymour, that we have a couple of teams early eliminated. It's kind of what we were predicting. It's a lot of these early contests, a lot of these full force team fights, and then we're going to see, I feel like, a little bit of a slowdown here. A lot of the teams going to make their rotation, try and find that best spot, maybe on a mountaintop, maybe on a building, wherever it will be. It better be good, because, like we said, as this circle closes, it's going to get less and less forgiving.
So what do they got cooking for us? That's, I guess, question number 1. Question number 2 is, where is 0-1 choosing to go? With this vehicle now in hand and the full domination of their POI, they can loot up. They got time. Doesn't look like they have to go anywhere for the circle, as we're still in stage 1. But it seems like they do want to leave. And with the win in their sails, let's see if they find anybody else to fight.
Let's see. They're also taking a couple different cars. They're taking that longer van. So we talked about that cover, kind of adding towards that. We have a lot of teams outside of that first zone, and we're seeing max pool here. So those teams that are actually outside are going to have a really long walk to go. But a lot of these teams that are inside starting to realize where this one is going, starting to move themselves on towards some of this mountainous range. And also, some of this zone is unplayable area, so it's going to get cut down very, very quickly, the positions that teams can play.
Yeah, it does seem like we are heading into a valley for this final circle, which is going to lead to a very, very weird end game. Yeah, one thing I was looking at is GEEKAY is fully separated. They got 3 members on one side of a team and 1 member on the other. So rotating into that circle, they might be caught fighting their way through.
Possibly. But at the same time, we know GEEKAY is, they're pretty good at fighting. We saw them last game, obviously, second on the overall leaderboard, not too shabby. So we'll see if they can add towards that point total this game. And like we said, no team can stay complacent. You need to get some more points no matter who you are. It looks like Arena Esports, though, they are ones taking maybe a little bit of damage right now. They got all 4 left alive. They've got 3 vehicles as well, but it looks like in the distance, I think is that our Regicide squad that might be looking at them?
Yeah, it is Regicide on the other side of Nasser, another one of these 0-point teams off of Erangel. One elimination, that means I think the Regicide are down a member, so yeah, it's confirmed looking at the vision and the x-ray. They are in a 3 versus 4. I'm looking at the feed, and it looks like 0-1 have found themselves in another battle. They traded out a member on 7th Elements, so they're going to be in a tough spot rotating in towards this circle. And I was taking a look at the, circle pathing on what we might be looking at for an endgame circle. For those wondering, I think it is pulling towards Ladrillera, if I say that correctly, or Chumacera.
Okay. Not too bad of locations, I'd have to say, but a lot of teams, like we said, already prioritized themselves on the top of these mountains, and a valley, like you said, might be what we have for our end game. Would be very exciting for the teams on top of the mountain, and not very exciting for the teams that are not on top of the mountain, would have to walk on up. But some of these teams realizing that next pull as well, seeing where it is going to go, starting their rotate on through. Slime Machine, another squad that was kind of around that top 5 area, was doing pretty good in the top 3, so see what they can do with this game. No eliminations, but still all players alive.
Yeah, we are looking back at the Regicide, with Naki down. We were praising them on how good they were at rotating in towards that endgame circle with all 4 members still standing. Now they're going to have to do it without Naki. So do they have it in them to get a back-to-back winner chicken dinner is the, I guess, question that we are asking, as Nasser are just looking over the horizon and seeing if they can get any more value off of this previous conquering team.
Yeah, we'll see if Nasser wants to take the fight. We'll see if they want to kind of engage. But I think at the same time, you just look at Regicide's positioning. I really actually like it, just how much space they've taken up, especially as 3 players. They're not too far spread out where they're at risk of like getting separated and one of them dying. But you look at the mini map here, and it's just really clean that they're protecting each other. They're taking a lot of space, but they're not letting a team kind of encroach towards their area. And at the same time, they have really good vision. But we are pulling a little bit away from that mountain on the left side of your screen, and we're pulling more towards some roads and some valleys. So those mountains are going to be very, very important. But that ring rotation is always got to be in the back of your mind.
There we go. I was actually on point with what we're seeing. Ladrillera for our endgame circle. Plenty of verticality to be thinking of, and Twisted Minds is going to be in such a good spot for this ultimate high ground. But before we take a look at them, we got Slime Machine taking some shots down over towards Bat Squad. Bat Squad were the first to fall back on Erangel, and now in a spot where they have a chance to rotate in, but they're stuck in that storm, taking the damage. They have to safely find a path inside.
Yeah, don't want to get caught out in that storm as well. That's one of the biggest things, is Slime Machine looking out, seeing if they can find a punish, but doesn't seem like it right now. They have to make a rotation of their own, so we'll see how they go. And Slime Machine, you talk about them as well, just had a good consistent game last game. If they could build up another one here, could be a good start, but it looks like Team Tough is losing some players. The squad that took out a squad early in this game for eliminations is going to be down to just Joker, who doesn't have much HP to work with. Is going to kind of work on this close angle, but you have to imagine a 1v4 is not what they want. Nasser is out for blood here, and they will get it. Joker falls down, and that will be the end of Tough.
Tough go down. Nasser already having a better shot in game number 2. 5 eliminations, one of them being the Regicide, as we are down to 11 teams left, 43 players remaining, a couple still with as a couple teams still 4 players alive, but not a lot. And we did see right in the kill feed that it is Bat Squad do lose a member, so it is Slime Machine just continuing to hunt down this team, as for the first time we're looking over towards Team Star, who have 7 eliminations. Okay, they've been cooking.
They have. Whatever's in that secret sauce, I need to know, man, because they are really working up some points here. A lot of the teams that maybe didn't have a good first game, this is what we talked about. You can't give up, because the second game seems like it is very, very good for them right now. 11 teams still alive as well, so getting closer and closer towards those placement points. But Team Star, yeah, they have a good position as well. They're going to be looking towards the 7 squad over on the other side, and there's just some nice open angles, just waiting for that moment. The 3-2-1 by the squad. The shots connecting, and they'll take down DP.
This is where Miramar can be so punishing. These rotations, you know, it's not really too much to be desired when it comes down to cover. So 7th Element, they rotate straight across out in the open with these vehicles, albeit still a sitting duck. So nice shots from the team. They light them up and they get yet another elimination up to 8th. So 7th Element, they go back to the drawing board, figure out just how they want to rotate in towards safety and fight their way up this mountain. Where Team Star, do they sit here, wait? They have some back cover as well, but they might want to pivot and start looking at where the rest of the teams are residing. Bat Squad loses another member, and they are down to only 2 staying alive.
Not the position you want to be in as this circle closes on. We talked about the importance of keeping everybody alive, but 7th Element, they're going to do something some would say is dumb, some would say is smart. They're going to split up their players, it looks like. So no matter what, they should be able to get somebody to survive here. So the rotation comes on through. The car does take a little bit of damage, but you know what? They make it safe.
Bat Squad, that's the member who is knocked in the play zone, completely eliminated. So they are strictly down to 2 members remaining, if my math is mathing, Llama. But 7th Element, they lose that member, they rotate to safety. And although they split up, placement is on the minds of these players, and rightfully so. And you do see that 3rd player has managed to catch up to the rest of them. But now they're in, I guess, the next plot where RUKH are sitting inside of some buildings just on the horizon in a fight versus GEEKAY. This is RTG fighting GEEKAY. Rop gets the better of Satan. That's a huge knock to take down. GEEKAY, if you fight against this number 2 team and take them down here and now without placings, it opens up a lot of chances for teams to overtake that 2nd place spot.
Yeah, it could be a massive door opener. And as well, this is like we were talking about, the game of the teams that did not play well in game number 1. It seems like that a lot of them put the pressure on board. 7th Element, though, talk about them. They were good at team fighting. They had a lot of those eliminations in game 1. Cut down to 3 players by that rotation. But now they get to kind of pay back the team that was shooting on towards them. Put some pressure there. Doesn't actually take anyone down, but does put some bullets off into the car. And now, like you talked about, Seymour, this is where it gets a little bit hairy, where there's no real buildings. There's no real natural cover. It's just straight up, are you looking in the right spot to defend yourself?
How good's your shot, too? That's, I guess, one of the questions that these players are going to be looking to determine. Regicide loses another member. That's Team Star to take them down. Fully eliminated. That is a tough look for our team, looking to go back-to-back with winner chicken dinners. RTG continuing to collect eliminations. Twisted Minds in the kill feed. We're looking at RTG with those 3 eliminations, with Twisted Minds up the hill. A team to their left, a team on the other side, Damar. They're really stuck between a rock and a hard place, truly and quite literally.
They're kind of stuck, but it seems like every team is stuck at this point. Like, again, everybody looking at everybody. Twisted Minds will
nice
lose
shots
one there. That was good, though. Yeah, absolutely lasered him over the edge of the cliff. Right now, though, we talk about it. 9 teams left alive. Once one more is eliminated, that's where teams start to pick up those placement points. It looks like RTG, though, they want to engage. They're taking the cars. They're going up the hill, and they're looking for the team fight. Or just the loot.
They took down a member of GEEKAY. Well, GEEKAY was planning on pulling a little bit of a fast one on the rotation, see if they can overtake Twisted Minds for this ultimate high ground. But RTG, they don't let that happen. They take down 1, and now Twisted Minds have got their player back. Evo, actually, no, it looks like he's still knocked, but they've turned their attention back over towards RTG, denied them of walking up this hill, and they continue to dominate the mountain.
Yeah, they are not letting anybody walk up. They said, we are the kings of the hill, and you got to come up and contest us. I will say, with the circle now pulling towards a different location, it is actually going to be Nasser in one of the best. A care package coming down there. It's pretty much a trap if anyone wants to go for it, but, you know, can have some nice loot to build up a nice end game. But, yeah, you look at Nasser. They're going to hold one of the only buildings left in this zone. That's a really good feeling, but Twisted Minds, they can walk in for free and use this high ground to their advantage while they do so.
Regicide have lost yet another one. We're down to 9 teams left. Twisted Minds has brought Evo Station back into the game, and he has full HP, so they're in what seems like a great spot to get this winner chicken dinner. You asked me who I was predicting. I think I've picked a pretty good team.
I think you did too, man. They looked pretty good in game number 1, and now in game number 2, they're in an even better spot. I want to see how they make this rotation, though, because this is really key with 9 teams still left. You can't lose a player or 2, and even if you lose 3 or 4, like, it can really be detrimental here. So be very careful as you walk this mountainside, look towards these teams in the low ground, and 7th Element are going to be looking to maybe fight you as well.
Okay, let me break this one down for you. We saw RUKH take down a team member of Team Star, a trade from Team Star back to RUKH. 7th Element looking to climb this hill, and Twisted Minds once again denies it. They're keeping this mountain. They reign on top. And you look at that feed, Team Star is starting to lose those members as well. It's RUKH starting to press the issue.
Twisted Minds, it looks like dropping 2 there, but this angle from AZ is just really nice, can help out the team. But now it is 7th Element. That storm is going to be closing right on their backside. If they are not careful, they could get caught out. That angle again, AZ, the shots are on point, takes another down, and 7th Element might be in trouble. They are caught out here. Team Star is going to be active around this mountainside as well. So many teams looking for pressure, and while all this is happening, Nasser is just sitting comfy in a house.
So comfy for Nasser, who early on was fighting against Team Star. But RTG is going to start pushing towards 7th Element, the team that was also fighting against Twisted Minds, as this ultimate high ground is providing so much leverage to Twisted Minds for where they are. But Team Star just barely holding on with Fury. Shot through the smoke. Fury, will he be able to use this tree for cover? He's barely holding on.
Oh, just sneaks the head behind the trunk of the tree. Surprised they lived it, but I'm actually surprised Twisted Minds lived that. It looks like they full cleared out 7th Element. Now 6 teams left alive, but unfortunately they did take some casualties in that fight. Only 2 players left alive. GEEKAY also still standing strong with 2 players. So a lot of teams with reduced members going on here. This syringe going to be popped by RUKH Esports. They got 3 players, so they're looking pretty healthy in relativity, and they're taking down Evo Station, so they're looking good.
Yeah, with taking down Team Star, RUKH Esports now has a chance to fight against Twisted Minds for this high ground, and they've taken down Evo Station, now looking for the rest. Twisted Minds, once on top of the world, now slowly falling down, eliminated and wiped off Miramar. RUKH overtake this high ground position, but look at GEEKAY. Now it seems like they want to make a move for that height.
They want to make a move, try and contest it, try and battle for it, because actually Nasser is holding both of those buildings. RUKH actually loses their first tier, so on their rotation we'll only have those 2 players still standing. But on that high ground right now, they're just going to try and look down, shut them down as well. There you go. There's another team out of the mix. Top 4 here, RUKH. What can you do? I feel like you have to fight GEEKAY, and you have to fight, it looks like Sly Esports down in that low ground, because I don't think Nasser is leaving their building anytime soon.
No, Nasser are alive and comfortable, and they have the circle too, so they don't have any worry in the world right now. I'm curious if RUKH even knows that GEEKAY are climbing this mountain, because if not, GEEKAY can do one of the funniest things ever. Get almost gate kept out of rotating over towards Twisted Minds, but just outlive them and outlast this circle. RUKH managed to get their 4th member back up, the 3rd member back up. They have lost their 4th member completely. With 8 eliminations and 3 members still standing, can they make this last chance? A Sly setting up to maybe break through. What a nade from Spec! And he's going to see if he can get a little bit more. Sly, they got to back down. ETN has some back out. A little bit too far forward as Spec. The trade immediately back, but it's go time for GEEKAY as well. Looking for this height. They find another member of RUKH and fully down a 3rd. So RUKH only down to Rami.
Yeah, unfortunately for Slime Machine, they brought a lot of attention to themselves, and it looks like they will be full cleared out. Nasser, they lose 1 in that team fight, but still are 3 players healthy. GEEKAY, though, they went through that run-through. I mean, it is a 3v2v1 here for this final circle, and I feel like Nasser have all of the possibilities here. RUKH, now they are out a 3v2, 2 teams left alive, and Nasser, they're going to push the issue.
Nasser now leaving this building. They know exactly what they need to get done. It's 3 versus 2, and GK have managed to get themselves back into yet another possible second place finish, but at the same time, you know this team is just not comfortable with anything but a winner-winner chicken dinner as we get the picture-in-picture on both squads. GK still with 2 standing. Ragnar's gonna go down. The high ground is taken, and Nasser started from the bottom, now they're here. They get 0 points in game number 1, but in game 2, they garner a winner-winner chicken dinner.
And such a beautifully played game in a map that we talked about is all high ground all day. They just sit comfortably in that building for so long, and then they play that fight beautifully. I mean, you could see a situation where they run in one at a time, and obviously GK is able to take them down one at a time, but no, they played it all together. They found the side angles, and they take that win. That's going to be a lot of points, and they had some good eliminations as well.
Great eliminations for Nasser. It's just some great patience on playing that last circle, staying in the building. They lose that member on Slide Machine, and you saw that Spec almost got a little bit too heroic. I thought Spec jumping out and losing his life was going to be the end of Nasser's chances at this win, but they proved me wrong, Llama, and what a game to pull yourself back in towards the running, something that you and I were both looking for in Miramar.
Yeah, pulling themselves up from the bootstraps, able to battle back. I honestly think Slime may have made a little bit of an incorrect decision because I don't think Nasser was actually looking for them. I think when the one player walked out, he was looking towards the high ground, and maybe, just maybe, this is hindsight, of course, but if you don't shoot them, maybe they just walk up the hill, go fight the other team, and you can slay them from behind. But nonetheless, they still take a pretty good position for themselves, and off of the 3rd place finish as well from the previous game, they're going to be sitting pretty healthy.
I can't wait to see what the scoreboard looks like after this, Llama, because Regicide drops so early. GK gets another 2nd place finish, almost finding that winner-winner chicken dinner, but it just barely escapes them on Miramar. We got Sanhok coming up next, and so many things to kind of decipher after that 2nd game. What comes to your mind after watching that? Because I don't know where to start.
I mean, I was saying it, both of us were saying it all game long, that it was the game of the teams that didn't have a good game 1, right? A lot of teams that just fought off drop, took out those top teams, and then found a good position on in. So I really do think we're going to have a shakeup on the scoreboard. That's my first thought, at least.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, Vision Esports and Enigma Galaxy were the first 2 to fall, and those are 2 teams who were sitting in our bottom 5 towards 8 placements. Twisted Minds sitting in 6th. They get that 4th member up. They make it all the way to what seemed like top 5, I think. So they're going to get some good placements as well as kills to go on top of it. Team Star with another repeat, you know, I guess consistent game for them to maybe stay in their spot. But aside from that, RUKH, they make it towards the end. They're going to have a whole lot of points to get inside of this scoreboard. And Nasser Esports as well, who are also sitting in a tough spot after that game 1. 2 teams that I expect to climb here when we do get a look at those updated scoreboards. But we have our highlights from Miramar. Let's look back at this wild ride that we did have. And I love the spot that we're jumping in with Twisted Minds already.
Yeah, this was nice. I mean, you talk about Twisted Minds, that ability to fight and the ability to clutch up. Their shots were absolutely on point there to kind of take that mountain, and then you just see it there at the end, Sly trying to fight their way on in, but Nasser is the victor of it all, so big congrats off to them. I gotta say, though, for all these teams that are kind of down and out, they're not down and out just yet. They still got 3 more maps.
Yeah, I mean, you know, although we're talking about this consistency and you want to do this and you want to do that and, you know, you want to make sure that you get those eliminations as well as those placement points, there's still a lot of PUBG to be had after this and, you know, plenty of time to right that wrong. I mean, even just look at the chance that was provided with Regicide not having a, you know, a repeat gigabanger of a game inside Miramar. You know, that opens up for GK to probably take over in that 1st place spot when we do get our updated leaderboards, and, you know, the Regicide might start being, you know, seen dropping down a little bit. So unfortunate for them, but for a team like Nasser who gets that winner-winner chicken dinner, where do they lay on the scoreboard? Just so many questions that I need answered, Llama, you know, ASAP. I know they're doing their thing behind the scenes, you know, counting up all the points, figuring out what to do. I just can't wait to see the scoreboard.
I can't
There we
wait
go.
to see it as well, but it looks like it is ready to go. Let's see how it scored out. Nasser Esports with an exact tying game as the previous one. 21 points as well for our victors. It is 11 elimination points, 10 of those placement points, but you talked about it. GEEKAY is the big other name I'm noticing there at 10. They take home 4 elimination points and 6 placement points, but RUKH and Team Star, look at those elimination points. Double digits for both those squads.
Yeah, RUKH and Team Star getting 15 total points and 12 total points. I'm surprised to see, Road to Glory there, but at the same time, not so surprised. It just kind of slipped my mind that they were also a team that had a very good game on Miramar with 5 elimination points, 3 placement points. They find themselves in 5th place in our scoreboard for Miramar. Looking at the bottom 9 towards 16. 0-1 King with a little bit of a better performance. They started off getting those 4 eliminations versus Vision Esports, knocking them out right away, but only 4 to pick up. No placement points. 7th Element, yes, they get that 1 placement point, but only 2 elimination points, as it was Twisted Minds that really put them down in the dust, and Team Star, who was just gatekeeping them for so long. But we got to talk about Regicide getting 0 points, Vision Esports getting 0 points, NIGMA Galaxy getting 0 points. Bat Squad finally get their first one, but that is not what you like to see if you're a Regicide fan. Looking for them to go back to back to get absolutely nothing is going to interrupt their run a little bit.
Yeah, it really is. It's not going to feel good. It's going to stall out the momentum. And at the same time, like you said, a lot of those big names actually did fall early. So the door was completely open on this game number 2. A lot of those other teams slammed it wide open. But you mentioned 7th Element 0-1. It's not the most points you would have wanted, but it's a start. And for some of these teams, just getting off the ground there, maybe getting a feel of these rings, getting a couple of those placement points under your belt can really start to build up your game. I mean, we saw in some of the other previous PUBG ones, it took some time for some teams to heat up, but once they got heated up, they were super dangerous.
Yeah, but, when you're talking about looking at some teams to heat up, it is 0-1 King, Bat Squad, and incredible esports that we are kind of hinting at for that, change of pace going into the backside of our PUBG tournament. But here we got that overall scoreboard, and we were right. GEEKAY overtake that ranked number 1 on our leaderboards with 26 total points, 5 ahead of now both Nasser and the Regicide. With that 21 points that Nasser got, they tie Regicide with exact same numbers, 11 elimination points and 10 placement points. Wow. That is crazy.
That is absolutely wild that they're completely tied. But of course, we are looking for the top 5 today. As a reminder, if it ended right now, GEEKAY would be moving on to the in-person event, and Slime Machine would be the last team to make it in. RUKH would just barely be out of it. So, there's definitely more PUBG to be played, but you got to think about if you're one of these top teams, keep that consistency. Yeah. I mean, it's a small separation between the 1st place and the 8th place. It's one good game and you're back in that top position.
And one we got to talk about is Team Star there with 20 points, who are not having the best game when it comes down to placements. But with 14 elimination points, they have 20 total points, just one behind that tie between our 2 teams who got the winner chicken dinner. That is pure consistency at its finest. But looking at teams who haven't been at their finest, it's the bottom side of our overall scoreboard. Incredible Esports, Bat Squad, R8, 0-1 King, still struggling with, the highest out of the 4, having 4 total points. Incredible Esports still with 0. You look at INC to make some really big changes going into Sanhok, and a couple other teams who, had themselves inside that top 8 after game number 1, now starting to fall down. It puts a little bit of pressure on your shoulders now as we head into Sanhok, a little bit of a game where you got to put your gunny to the test.
You do. And I mean, we've been talking about it all day as well. This is a different type of map. This is much smaller. It's packed with buildings. So I feel like we're going to have a lot of those building on building fights. If you're not comfortable with that, you might fall out first, and it's not something you want if you're one of those bottom teams. So adaptability is something that's key for these teams. And obviously those teams at the top, you got to keep going, because it's not only like we talked about that top 5 placement. It's nice. You can lock yourself in playoffs, but you got to remember, Seymour, we're still playing for some money today.
Exactly. I mean, there's still some pricing, 1,500 in total pricing that you're kind of fighting for. It might not be a lot, but it's something. And, every little bit goes a long way when you're looking at, these players on their journey towards that grand final. So getting that first place spot, it not only locks you in for the grand finals on land, might I add. That is a big thing to continue to think about for these players, but it also gives you that top place pricing, that $500 in cash USD. That is a lot of money to be taken home at the end of this one. And some teams, they might need to start stepping up their play styles if they are wanting to get that first place spot heading into this third game. This is the turning point, like I said, for a lot of teams, and you might be looking at a few teams to maybe have a little bit of a more comfortable position going into this one when it comes down to those building fights. And right away in my head, after watching the way that Arango was played, Llama, I'm thinking of NIGMA Galaxy and Vision Esports. Those two teams back on Arango, albeit haven't had the best when it comes down to, their placement points, they were putting up some good fights. You think about Falcon and what he was able to do for Vision Esports back on Arango in a couple of those 1v1 situations. NIGMA Galaxy, they seem to want to brawl out constantly, and heading to Sanhok is where they can really turn around what was a poor performance on Miramar.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, turning it around here, getting it back on round number 3, map number 3, whatever you want to call it. And it's important to do it before we get to those final 2 maps, because for those 2 teams specifically, I mean, map 4 could be good because map 1 was good, right? You're going to be repeating those maps. This third map is the only one we're not repeating. So if you're looking to get a foothold before we kind of swing back to those, comfortable maps to those first 2, you need to do it right now. And this is over the halfway point. After this map, you're going to be, if you're behind, you're going to be working even harder to try and get that with only 2 games left.
If you're a lover of Sanhok, you don't pass go, you don't collect $200. This is it. It's either now or never for these teams. So I love that you're putting a little bit of pressure onto this game number 3, because it really feels like that pressure is needed. In the past, when we've seen, reaching towards this, this game number 3, or, in the past when we only had 4 games, it was after game number 2, it was either you turn it around the back half, or you're going to have to go back in towards those invitationals and those open qualifiers yet again. And I know you don't want to have to do that if you're one of these teams fighting to get in towards these playoffs, Llama. You want to do it, and you want to do it now. But as we get ready for that game number 3, I do want to give a little bit of a shout out to Arena Esports, powered by Tislat by EN, for continuing to put on these tournaments. It is not possible without them, and alongside their sponsors, our strategic partner 80 Gaming, our broadcast partner Playtonia. Huge love to those sponsors, as well as Arena Esports, for allowing these players for this tournament, because it is so fun, Llama. You see, I'm never not enjoying myself here.
No, it's always fun. They provide us that opportunity to see these players, and they provide the players the stage. I mean, PUBG and Free Fire, we talk about it, maybe some of the lesser known battle royales. So to give these players a stage to play on, I mean, and a stage in person to play on later, it's really an exciting experience overall. So I am excited to get in this game number 3, though. We put a lot of pressure on these players. They got to be putting a lot of pressure on themselves, but we talk about it. There's still those opportunities here. 3rd, 4th, and 5th game. You got to battle it back. You got to find those clean rotations. And maybe if you are one of those teams that are struggling, you got to change up the play style a little bit. I mean, we're seeing some of those teams that are down low. They're fighting early. They're not going for those placements early. So maybe if they can go for those more consistent points, those placement points, maybe they can succeed a little bit better.
All right. Llama, you put me in the hot seat back in going into game number 2. You asked me, who did I want to see step up and win out on Miramar? I said, Twisted Minds were my pick. They played good, but they didn't get it done. They fell short at the finish line. I said that Regicide, they had a chance to go back-to-back with their playstyle on Arangar. I was so far away from getting that one correct. They got 0 points. Heading into Sanhok, you're in the hot seat now. Who's going to be taking it?
Okay, I think I'm looking at the 4th and 5th place squads. I'm looking at first team star. I think in this last one, they showed really good team fighting. They pulled out those 11 elimination points that they have on the leaderboard, and I think they need a good game just like the 5th place team. I really think Sly have been performing well, but have been flying a little bit below the radar. So both these teams, they're not comfortable by any means. Like we said, if you drop to 6th place, you're out. You're not in. You're going back to those qualifiers. So I think it's one of these 2 teams that can possibly take it, and I think they've both been looking good and heating up like we were talking about.
I like that. This is some sleeper picks out of you. The consistency that's been shown from those two teams has been enough to keep them in the top 5, but can they go above and beyond? We get a look at that map. The fly through it is heading from top to bottom over towards Sammy, and already, you know, from what we've been breaking down, I'm sure you folks at home watching this can, you know, get a good look at how small this map really is. Just look at how many teams are going to be dropping on top of each other. You see Visions Esports going to be close towards Team Star. You know, Tough dropping on RUKH. NIGMA Galaxy again going to be the team that we drop in as they waited very, very late to drop out of this plane. But can they pick up where they left off back on Erangel and right their wrongs from Myanmar?
That is the big question for this one. I'd also like to mention for this map specifically, it's not only small, it's very packed with loot, like we said. It's a lot flatter than Myanmar from what we just mentioned, and it has a lot of water. So those rings can sometimes pull towards very awkward spots where you don't want to be floating around in the water. You want to be in a building. So again, prioritizing those early rotations, getting your team a building that they're comfortable in. That's not maybe a one-story bunker. That's maybe those 2 stories, nice with windows, has a lot of peeking angles, can be good here early.
So it's, you know, who is going to walk out of their early POIs, I guess, is now what we are thinking of, as Tough did drop on top of RUKH, and it looks like they've already lost Edgar, but I'm not seeing too many. Okay, I was not looking in the right areas. RUKH, there's 3 members on the other side. Edgar is just in between both of that sandwich, and he needs a little bit of help now to see if you can dig out of that situation. But our winners back in game 2, Nasser collecting a few kills to start off Sanok on the right foot. 4 eliminations already and a team down and out.
Yeah, I didn't actually see who they wiped, but they just wiped a full squad there. 4 for nothing. Team Tough is also in a fight here too, like we talked about, but it looks like their players kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now they are down to just, I think, 2 more. So 2 in that down but not out state. And I feel like at this point, you don't want to go and rush it. Tough, you're not having a great kind of overall day. You really need those placement points. I don't think you want to take a 2v4 here.
No, you definitely don't want to take a 2v4, but look at that. The revolver for Rami, and he takes somebody back. Edgar gets fully eliminated. Tough traded down to Joker. How the turntables have turned.
They've been turning. They've been turning. They've been burning. Joker up on the high ground, though. I really don't think they're going to burn anybody. You just have to find a way to escape here as one player. See what you can do as a rat, because you do not want to get caught, and especially, this is actually the map for rats, I feel like, Seymour. There are so many buildings, there's so many just random kind of rooms you can hide in, so if you are able to survive as one, I feel like this is the best map to do so.
No, it is 100% the map to do so. It's where you can, you know, you don't really have to think so much of strategy. You can turn your brain off and just think about taking these battles one step at a time. Twisted Mind have held themselves up and towards this building. It looks like they're down to 2 members. Bat Squad have found 2 eliminations, but do they know? They do not. Evo Station hiding in the corner. Demi right beside him. Bat Squad get knocked down. Clips their wings. And Demi turns from 0 to hero. Last alive, but 3 eliminations for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and he's not done yet. He wants to try and finish off this team all himself. Knows the position, trying to run around the side, has the shotgun as well, can to take a little bit of damage on the first trade, but knocks him down to half, wins the fight, and takes down the squad. Bat is out again, and how about these clutches, Seymour?
I mean, if I had a nickel for every single time Twisted Minds has clutched up already in these 3 games, I might only have 2 nickels, but it's crazy it happened twice. 2 1v1s that can majorly change the outcome of Twisted Minds placings going into game number 4. It might all be down to Dammy now, but we've seen Twisted Minds turn themselves around in positions like this before.
Yeah, and we talk about
but Sly's here looking right at him
for a solo. Yeah, I mean, that is true. I mean, you made a lot of noise. Sly is looking, so they heard the team fight. They might be looking for that third party. Damn, he might just have to clutch up again. 1v4, give it to us.
look how cautious they're still being. I don't think they fully know how much damage Twisted Minds did take there. It's either that or they're just trying to, you know, judge if any other teams are opting in on this third party or if it is only Slime Machine watching out for it. But this is one of the teams that you had kind of on your cards to maybe have a strong game number 3, walk away with a winner chicken dinner. And it's right that, you know, Slime Machine are doing this, because if they do rush into Dammy, and with that shotgun, Dammy's able to take down 1, maybe 2 players. Look who is just over the hill. It's a Nasser looking down for this information to see if they can third party it.
And that's really smart. I mean, we didn't mention about this small map as well. I mean, yeah, we got to forget there's sound that travels in this game, right? So because it's a little bit smaller map, teams are going to be closer together. Teams are going to hear those gunfights a lot easier. So Nasser definitely lying in wait in case they do try and take that fight. We're on towards Vision Esports, a squad that needs a good performance here in map number 3. It looks like they were fighting somebody out here outside the ring, and if they do walk over the hill here, there might be 2 players waiting.
So there are Vision Esports looking to collect what is theirs. A couple kills. Incredibly Esports, who you and I are looking for a little bit better of a spot heading into after this game number 3. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen as 2 members already down. Toxic runs over Escobar, and now they're chasing after Maverick, who is a vehicle, but I don't know how long Maverick can stay inside of this play zone all on his lonesome.
Yeah, this is tough. And Toxic, true to the name, goes for the run over, hits him with it, takes him down, and
a little bit of
big
BM.
eliminations go over here to Vision. And they get to reset. They're not going to chase any further, but that was a pretty clean team fight. They kind of just pieced them apart, broke them down. We're getting to see this map once more, pulling a little bit more towards the center of the map. But again, a lot of this ring is water as well. So as it continues to pull, these teams just have to watch out and put on their swimming gear.
So now for a moment, silence falls upon Sanhok. And we get to take a look at this map to see how teams are kind of faring. GEEKAY still alive. Nasser down to 3 members, but they're still kicking. NIGMA Galaxy rotating from the southern hemisphere up into wards where, you know, Nasser is. 7th Element have to rotate into the circle, and so do Vision, as well as Incredibly Esports last member. And a team we noted on right at the beginning, Tough. Joker is still alive, but he is right in between those teams that are rotating in towards the circle, so Joker has to be careful on what is coming. And Slime Machine, we also talked about how they are looking to, you know, take this last member of Twisted Minds down. They finally make it happen. The patience pays off, but with all this time, they have to be thinking in the back of their heads, they spent so long finding that 1 member of Twisted Minds. They haven't really been active in too many other fights.
Yeah, I mean, they waited all this time. They played the patience play. They take out a team and they take 1 elimination, but it's very true. You're not in other fights. You're not spending that time looting. You're also not spending that time rotating, which, like we said, is pretty important here. But they are along the riverbed and should be in a pretty good relative position in this ring, so don't need to go super, super far. But would love to get those armors, those helmets, everything looted on up. And looking over towards, it looks like maybe Nasser up on the hill, popping some pot shots there. But just do got to be careful. Again, like we said, everybody can hear those audio cues. If you start firing, everybody's going to come running.
Yeah, it is one map where you do not want to be the loudest team, for sure. As this is, you know, exactly what I expect for a map like Sanhok.
Yeah.
You know, GEEKAY posted up in the bushes here. You know, you didn't get it on Miramar at all. Maybe you saw it a couple times back on Erangel, but Sanhok is perfect when it comes down to that natural brush. But with PUBG Mobile, the thing that makes it so complicated with brush like that is as soon as you get in towards a certain distance of a player, that brush isn't, you know, covering you anymore. It becomes visible the closer and closer you get to these members. So it's not something that, you know, a team like GEEKAY, you know, a clever team like GEEKAY, you know, you can't go without saying that because they've gotten 2 back-to-back second places. It's definitely something that they are for sure noting, that they're not in the best spot right now.
Yeah, they'll need to make a rotation. Don't necessarily want to sit in those brushes. That care package, though, I believe some teams might start to prioritize that. FAMAS and a level 3 armor vest in it, so some good rewards if you do kind of put some resources on over to it. Slime Machine here in the vehicles. Like we said, another kind of audio cue that you can look towards. It looks like Fashe, though, won't be able to really get any shots on it. Kind of just getting their bearings all the way around. And this is kind of what we said. It's a very fast start, now a very, very slow, as no team wants to be the first to start up a fight.
No, it's just poking and prodding, just sizing yourself up against everybody else, making sure, everybody knows you're the top dog and you don't want to mess with us.
Yeah.
And Arena Esports here on screen with 3 eliminations already at the start. Definitely something to note for this team. Haven't had the best showcase just yet in our Arena Esports monthly final qualifier number 2. But this is where they can also turn it around. Nasser still available. Seventh element still there. NIGMA Galaxy still here. RTG alive, Slime Machine alive, R8 alive, RUKH alive, Vision Esports, Tough, Incredibly Esports, Team Star, 01, and GEEKAY. So Regicide are already gone. That is a huge thing to talk about.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive, especially for all these other teams that are looking for spots in that top 5. Speaking of spots in the top 5, Vision, they're trying to pressure their way in with some kills, but yeah, I mean, the door is open, and this is what we talked about being consistent. So what? You won game number 1. I mean, you feel like Regicide, they're probably out of the top 5 after this game because they're dropping with 0, so definitely a lot of the other teams going to be looking to steal their spot away, and they're going to be looking towards those last 2 games to maybe pick up some points for them. But you were talking about, I really want to see what R8 can do with this position. They're on the top of this hill, they have some good angles, and they're not looking too good in the point section, so I want to see what they can do with this game.
And this could be where they turn it around. Some nice shots there onto RUKH from Slime Machine as they found themselves into a firefight. Shots starting to ring out, and already you see teams reacting to that. The third parties are here, and now NIGMA Galaxy seems to be the center of attention. Coops goes down to R8. Slide takes down RUKH, and R8 still finishing off these members. NIGMA Galaxy just caught in such a tough spot once again.
Yeah, just seem to find themselves between a rock and a hard place time after time after time, but the res comes through, but a fight might be there. It's just looking in the wrong window. They're pushing through the door to your side. No, the window's going to be held down by that shotgun here. It is all down to Lord as the teammate tries to heal on up. Looks like on the other side, R8 is the one approaching this fight, trying to wait for it, looking through the window. The shotgun denied, though. Lord absolutely chopped on down, and it is R8 running on in. The shotguns will put in work, and I think that is the end of NIGMA Galaxy.
Yeah, NIGMA Galaxy with yet another heartbreaking finish to one of these games. One of our invited teams that just has not been able to find their stability inside of today's monthly final. You see a couple kills there in the feed from Vision Esports as they're looking in on RUKH. And, we are so adamant on talking about these third parties. I'm impressed by the way that R8 has been reacting to this noise, because it already looks like they're trying to find some vision onto Vision Esports while they fight against RUKH.
Yeah, they're looking for everything, and they are playing a slightly risky game, I will say, taking all these fights, but I think they know it. I mean, they're sitting down in 13th place. Top 8 doesn't get you anything. I mean, other than some dollars, you want to be top 5. They want to push for this crazy game, so I like the kind of choice here. We'll see what they can do with it and where they decide to go fight to next. It looks like Vision able to reset R8. Like we were just saying, 7 eliminations in their back pocket. They got 2 cars as well, and they are pressuring really hard against Vision.
Yeah. I mean, Vision Esports just got a good cleanup against RUKH, a team that had a fantastic Miramar, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to repeat that. And R8 with a car, just looking for any opportunity that they can get. Nasser has what seems to be the ultimate height for the moment. It's not going to be where they stay, though. As you can see, they're still just outside of the circle. RTG is right behind Nasser, and 7th Element is behind RTG, so that is going to lead to a really weird set of events, as it seems like RTG have become aware of that. They know they're pinched between these two teams, and they have to choose. Do they fight Nasser, or do they finish off 7th Element? And honestly, if I was them, I would take a look over towards 7th Element, but R8 are also going to find themselves being walked on by Sly Machine, and it looks like Ash is going to be the first one to go down for Sly.
Yeah, R8 is already winning this fight. It's positive for them, and you can lay down behind the car, but the high ground persists there. Nice shot from CR77, put the long-range shots down as well, so automatic 4v2, and one of the squads I had pinpointed as maybe looking to take the dub has been cut in half on their squad size.
Get a little bit of revenge on RTG, so it seems like they've turned completely around, and 7th Element are pitching them out. Alien takes down some members of RTG, and it looks like that's going to be it for their run here. 7th Element continue to just knock them down. 10 teams remaining.
Getting close towards those placement points, getting real close, but Sly Machine is getting close to being eliminated here, down to 2 players. R8 does not want to let them leave for free here. We'll see what they can do as they just try and hide, pop some heals, maybe get out at this point. Like we said, might just be better to back up. Does look like R8 did lose that 1 player. They're going to go back to try and hit that res, though. Lots of teams in the area and making a lot of noise. Might not be the, most best decision here, but I don't think they have a choice at this point. Sly Machine, you might have to just fight your way on out. A lot of shots raining down from the high ground as well. Sly, you look at the HP bars. They are anything but healthy.
R8 somehow managed to claw their way through that one, and such a big set of kills to get to knock out Sly Machine. We're down to 9 teams remaining. GEEKAY still alive, 0-1 still alive, Nasser still alive, 7th Element somehow still alive inside of this play zone. Nasser, who took down RTG, are now looking to pick up where they left off, and gatekeep 7th Element. I mean, it just seems like they're always on the receiving end of such an unfortunate circumstance. They just cannot get their head wrapped around these rotations.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also credit to Nasser. Like, going for this play is pretty smart. They have the meds, it seems like, to get it done. I mean, 3 med kits still sitting here for Xenox, so should be okay to kind of battle it out. And it's kind of just that war of attrition. Who's going to step first? Who's going to run out of heals first? It looks like Xenox decides, okay, this one's hurting a little bit too much. My health bar a little bit too low, so takes the car right on into that playable zone. But yeah, 8 squads left now. That means the placement points are starting to come in here, but this game is all but done. It's going to get a lot more, exciting before this one ends.
Oh, yeah. You can always count on that when it comes down to Sanhok. Excitement is going to be where this finishes off on. It looks like Team Star is still going to be here. Same with Vision Esports. Tough. Joker is still alive. Like, what?
How?
He was he was a solo at the beginning of this one. He is doing what Twisted Minds wish they could have done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, though, the RUKH play. Unfortunately, the zone is going to cut you out here soon, Joker, so we'll see what they want to do. Safe just going to kind of chill inside. I think knowing that there is a player out there, but no, turning their back. This could be the timing. Nope. Joker not going to run for it just yet. Needs towards this other squad to help protect themselves. So a lot of this fight up on this mountain here, GEEKAY is still living the dream here. And I mean, quietly, almost again, it feels like Seymour getting themselves to another good game here.
Joker, it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to stay alive for too much more. GEEKAY's falling, and the play zone is right at their tail. So, Team Star, your highlighted team going into this, now taking down what has been one of the most consistent teams we have seen today so far through this, and they've turned around their attention towards R8. Team Star are starting to heat up, but look at this. Before Joker goes down, he takes down one of the members of Vision Esports.
That's absolutely wild. I mean, who is letting Joker do this? Just walks out, takes the 1v1. But look at this. I mean, R8, we wanted them to have a big game. We wanted them to take fights. They have been taking fights. 12 eliminations towards their name, already double digits. And there's still 3 teams left for them to fight. Obviously, the squad that you pointed out, that I pointed out, this Team Star, they're in a good position relatively. They have to walk in, but they'll have some cover along these smokes, along these buildings. So we'll see how the rotation looks for them. 4 teams left, like we were saying. It all comes down to getting a building now and seeing how much you can poke out.
Falcon procking this nade. Deep into the lines of Team Star. Second one. Maybe this is going to finish off Wanted. And it doesn't look like... No, it did. It found 2 members. Wanted falls, but not before taking down one of the members of Visions. Toxic looking for an angle over towards R8. And both of these teams just looking to pick each other off. The nade from Falcon is going to finish off Daniel. Fury dies. R8 loses a member to the Storm. It's CR77. And now somehow, from the deepest, darkest shadows, Visions Esports has emerged in one of the best spots we've seen with Final Circle at Quarry.
They're holding down these quarry houses. They got these nice peak angles with the wall as well. And I believe Star, they have one more member trying to be like Neo in the Matrix, but just gets capped there out inside of that unplayable zone. So really good stuff there, Vision. Really good Vision. And ironically, actually, they're just going to clean it before we can even say anything.
Wait.
They just survive. What?
Okay. That was the most anticlimactic Final Circles that I have ever seen in one of these streams. Their chicken dinner for Vision Esports, and they really, the only thing they really needed to do was zone off their opponents. Just continue to throw down those nades, poke away at those shots, keep them backed in towards that play zone, which does so much damage towards the end, might I add. And they were in the perfect spot just to make that happen. Everything goes the way of Vision Esports. There's not a lot of room to work with, but they find the right positioning in the end circle, and they get the job done. From a poor performance back on Miramar, an okay spot on Erangel, and they should be looking to jump so far from that 10th position on the overall scoreboard.
Yeah, they should be looking to move up and up, hopefully as well with squads like, I mean, the Regicide, we talk about not having a good game, a couple of the other top squads dropping out early. They could definitely have an open door, but I mean, as well, you just talk about that ending and their target acquisition. Like, they had really, really good choice of targets one after another. They noticed Team Star was sitting. All right. Sorry about that.
Apologies for that one.
As I was saying.
As
I was saying, they just took down Team Star. Yeah, they took down Team Star. They were focusing every single one of those. And then I think it was just 1v1 fights. I think that's why it was so anticlimactic. Like, they focused Team Star, and then it was just 1v1, v1, and then easy dub.
We get to now get set up for our map number 4 after that one, as we are going to be able to tally things up for that overall scoreboard after Sandhawk is left. We're going back to Erangel. Or no, I think we're going back to Miramar for our map number 4, Llama. It's something that everybody should be looking at, but it does seem like we have a break set up, so we are going to toss it to a break. Step away for a moment, and we will be right back with game number 4 of our Arena Esports tournament, powered by Tisland by EN. See you in a bit, folks.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run this out here. It's all good. I'll be right back.
It's okay, don't worry.
Now everybody from the front to the back though. Everybody from the front to the back, go, 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 go. everybody from the front to the back go. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. 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 Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Rave, 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 rave. Now everybody from the front to the back go. Everybody from the front to the back, go, 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 now everybody from the front to the back go. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave.
Just give me 1 second.
I think Seymour's not.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Arena Esports tournament presented by, or powered by EN, pardon me, presented by our strategic partner in AD Gaming, broadcast partner in Playtonia. My name is Seymour, joined by Llama. 3 games up, 3 games. Can't wait to get a look at this overboard, Llama. You know, let's talk a little bit about what we saw so far 3 games.
Yeah, we got the highlights from the previous one, and then we'll get to see the scoreboard as well. I'm really excited because through the first 3 games, we saw some of the big names, we saw some of the non-big names kind of come to compete, and as like we said, now we're over the halfway mark. See the highlights from the previous game, and it is team fighting because that's what we saw from a lot of these teams. Arena Esports especially, they were pretty good at it at pulling vision as well, just really clinical. You're seeing the nades, clearing it out, clearing Team Star, and just doing a good job at finishing this game.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job at that win towards the end of game number 2. And game number 3 was a little bit, more fast-paced, non-stop action across the you saw, Regicide got eliminated so early on by what seemed like Bat Squad. That was pretty crazy. And, GK not able to get that second place spot, something that surprised, a lot of us with Vision Esports winning out on game number 3 should shake up that overall report once again. And, one thing I can touch off on what we were just saying was that although Regicide, they walked away with that first game winner chicken dinner, being eliminated first inside of game number 3 and so early on in game number 2, that's back-to-back donuts they're going to be getting, Llama. It's not something that's going to spell success heading into this overall scoreboard.
No, and as much as I like donuts, as much as they're a nice, yummy, tasty treat, they're not something you want here in the PUBG Mobile series. So we'll see if they can bounce it back. They obviously had the good performance in game number 1, but in 2 and 3, it was just not there. So that's the hope. They can get a footing back on games 4 and 5, but it does look like we have that scoreboard ready to go here. So we get to see the results of that game number 3 and what went down. Vision Esports with another 21-point dub for our victor.
It's just a reoccurring thing. You win a game, you're most likely going to get 21 points unless you have no elimination points. And that's back-to-back that each team has gotten 11 elimination points and the winner chicken dinner. So they're going to be joining up over towards the top, at least tying with Regicide. That's definitely something that Vision can, hold a little bit of solace in. Arena Esports with a second place finish or inside of the scoreboard at least, 5 placement points adds up to a third place finish in the game. But 14 eliminations is crazy.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild. I mean, we asked for them to have a big game and they absolutely proved it to us. 14, I think that's the most we've had in this entire day. So that is a big step up. 14 plus the 5 for the placement. That's going to give them 19 and definitely skyrocket them all the way up across the leaderboard. I mean, other notable names, we saw 7th and Team Star there picking up some big points at 3rd and 4th, but hopping on down towards our bottom 8, Bat Squad, a squad that we needed to ask them to get a little bit better performance. They didn't have the greatest one, but they opened it up with 3 elimination points. Other big names though, like GEEKAY, Sly Machine, and the Regicide are down here in the bottom 8.
It's another 0-point game from Incredible Esports. They got caught by a couple teams rotating in from that circle, and that's going to lead to them still sticking in with last place. Regicide have fallen all the way down to 6th. So you know what that means? They're outside of the top 5, and they are no longer in good standings for the playoffs. Vision's Esports jumps all the way up to first place, overtaking GK with 29 total points after that winner chicken dinner, and GK still holding on to at least the second place, now tied with Nasser Esports and Team Star alongside that in 4th, 7th Element. Although they haven't had the best when it comes down to placements, they've had 14 elimination points, and that has garnered whole 22 points to add up ahead of the Regicide now.
Yeah, Regicide just barely out of that top 5. Importantly to note as well, a formatting thing here, placement points are more valuable in the tiebreaker than those elimination points. So GK, they're a little bit more consistent on those placement points. That's why they are the number 2 team over the number 3 team, but there's only 2 points separating 1st to 4th place. That is a big, not only separation in if you make it for free to land, but that's a big separation in prize money as well by just a couple points.
Prize money, placement points, a chance at the playoffs, avoiding getting back in towards that invitational and monthly final. It's, it's everything that's just kind of adding up towards each other. But we're looking over towards that bottom side of the overall scoreboard, 9th to 16th place. Sly Machine falls down into 9th. Twisted Minds falls in towards 10th. Who would have guessed? The performances that we've seen from them, especially Sly Machine, is a very shocking thing to see.
It is. Yeah, I mean, we predicted them, or I guess I'll take credit for it. I predicted them to have a really good game, and they just really didn't put it on forward. I will say, though, 18 points isn't the most uncomfortable place to be, right? They're still going to be in the running, but they need these last 2 games to be really good. And now if you're one of these teams sitting at the bottom, if you're Incredible Esports, if you're Bat Squad, if you're Zero, or even if you're NIGMA Galaxy or RTG, you need to start making some risks. You need to start taking crazy team fights because you're probably going to need 2 20-point games if you want to secure that top 5 spot.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a huge turnaround for these teams towards the bottom inside of our last 2 games, because now that we've closed off and looking in towards these overall scoreboards, we are going back to Miramar. If I, remember, if I recall looking back at the schedule, which, you know what, I've been wrong about a couple things already, so, I'll believe it when I see it, but heading into this 4th game, Llama, from what we've seen across these first 3, is there anything you'd like to see possibly change?
I mean, I really think they just all these teams at the bottom got to get crazy. That's what I'm thinking. I think it's got to be an opposite strategy from the teams at the top. They just got to keep playing the way they've been doing. But specifically, if we are, like you said, going back to Miramar, you got to rotate even quicker than you think. So get those very fast, get to those high ground positions. We saw how detrimental they can be to other squads, but especially as we get into these late rounds, for the top teams, I think you have to be a little bit more careful because, yes, incredible. Bat, a couple one of these other teams, they're going to be looking for crazy team fights. Don't engage with them. You could risk losing your game, losing placements on the leaderboard. Don't engage with them. Just try and play your game and play consistent, and don't let those, I hate saying crazies, but don't let the crazy teams get to you.
I mean, patience is a virtue. I love that you're pointing that one out. Take your time. It's not a sprint right now getting towards the finish line. It's still a marathon, and there's so many times, whether you're in a marathon or whether you're watching a marathon, that there's a lot of time to just continue on pace and keep up towards the end of the pack. So now it's time to shoot through it, a little bit of a pivot, and change it up heading into game number 4, because Sanhok might not have gone your way, but there is still a chance to get a winner chicken dinner for everybody. I mean, it's Battle Royales, Llama. If there's anything I've learned from Battle Royales, literally anything can happen at any moment, and nothing is ever secure.
No, nothing really ever is. And to your marathon point, I'm going to go off on a slight tangent here, but I've actually done a couple of half marathons myself. And as you're getting towards the end, they give you these little cups of like juice with lots of electrolytes in it. And it tastes horrible. It's the worst thing in the world. But as soon as you drink it, you're like, oh, I'm Superman. I can keep going. So maybe these teams need to find that special juice, the special flavor to keep themselves going to finish the race.
I mean, are bringing up some fantastic points that, maybe you're not running a marathon right now, so you don't need electrolytes, but just stepping away from the game for a second, stepping away from that competitive aspect of the game, taking some time to talk towards your teammates, figure out what went wrong and, what maybe can go right in the next game is such a big thing that you have to be thinking about. These teams are looking into going in towards game number 4, because, maybe it hasn't been, the RNG factor of Battle Royales getting to you, but the rotation aspect of this game that's getting to you. There's plenty of chances that you can give yourself to, right those mistakes going into towards game 4 that I'm sure a lot of teams who fell early on Sandhook took that time to step away, talk amongst each other, and just take a quick little breather, because you don't want to get ahead of yourself inside of this one. And, taking that time to collect your thoughts and restabilize your mentality going into towards the back half of this game can really make or break a lot of these teams.
It really can. And you pull up a good point as well, that like a lot of these teams, they are sitting, they're not just going into another PUBG game, right? They're having to watch as all these other teams earn points, and they are the ones sitting on the sidelines trying to reformulate a plan. So we'll see if those plans can get there, as we are going back to Miramar here for our 4th map. There will only be one more map after this one. And what is this atrocious flight path?
I mean, you said it. It's not leaving too much towards, the top side of the map there. It's going to take a lot if a team, wants to drop maybe towards San Martin or, Monte Nuevo, pick up a vehicle, and then rotate over towards Ruins. But why do that? It really depends on where, the circle is going to land and what we're going to be looking at for a lot of it. But you can already see so many teams looking to fly over towards Laj Rilera, where we ended off our last Miramar, and then maybe grab a little bit of loot, grab those vehicles, and then start heading up over towards Power Grid or towards Water Treatment. The top side of the map is something that a lot of teams are going to be looking for right away.
Yeah, I think so as well. And with this flight path, we could have a lot of those early contests, which would be fun. I mean, we love team fighting for a lot of these teams, though, like we said, you might not love a team fight because you only got one more game after this one. NIGMA Galaxy, I think another squad we've been kind of looking at. They've had some team fights here and there. They've been dropped a couple times early as well. But this squad as well, especially Regicide, they need a good game sitting right outside of the top 5. I mean, I would hate for the squad to win game 1 and then not make top 5.
Yeah, it's going to be heartbreaking for fans of Regicide who have been rallying behind them off of that game number 1. You know, a poor performance back on Miramar, poor performance on Sandhook, and not getting any points between the two. And heading back to Miramar, have they made the right adaptations alongside this NIGMA Galaxy team who had a pretty decent game number 1? They've been hovering around okay games, a little bit of points here and there, but they've never been present in towards the late game. And I'm sure that's what this team has been talking about in between games. Heading into Miramar again, they have to be figuring out how they can be present in the late game and get those placement points to help out with these eliminations.
Yeah, because it's like we said, you need to be multimodal in the way you're scoring. You can't be just pulling off those eliminations. You need those final circle rotations, and they just haven't had them. It's the very truth, to say it blatantly. So that's the hope, obviously, for them, is that they can battle back. And honestly, that's the hope for all these teams, because we want a really, really close series. We don't want one team to run away with it, and nobody has really been that team that has stepped off ahead. For even those top teams that we're talking about, it was only 1 or 2 points separating them. So 1 or 2 of those mistakes can really change whether you're going to a guaranteed land spot, getting $500, or whether you're playing through another invitational qualifier.
Well, here we go in Bat Squad, as this team has been so stuck in an never-ending loop of despair on these maps. 0-1 King not too far ahead. Oh, it's Slime Machine above him. I thought it was his teammate. Star's gonna get caught lacking out in the open, and Star gets fully finished off. So already 0-1, who dropped in with only 3 members, now down to 2.
Yeah, I will say this is kind of dangerous, though. For Sly, I mean, yes, you take the elimination, but we are talking about 0-1 King. They're third to last right now. They're not scared of just sending it towards you, and you could lose some members. If you lose a 1v1, it could really hurt your chances in this game, but I hope they play it together. I hope they can get these eliminations, because they would be big. I mean, for a squad sitting in 9th place, you would really want something else to boost your kind of ego right now. 3TN just kind of looking around, but again, these angles are so hard to push towards. Gonna finally have the teammate clear up the stairs. Clears left, doesn't clear right, has to work around it now. There you go, 3v1, working it. Nice job there. They play it together. They will lose some HP for it, but they'll take the elimination.
Yeah, it's 2 kills already for Slime Machine, looking to, you know, resurge their way back in towards this latter end of our PUBG Mobile tournament. 61 teams left standing. Not a lot of action off drop. These hot drops have been a little bit of hit or miss for some of these teams. 0-1 King being one of them. That I'm sure Exit is just going to post up, not make too much noise, and hope to find his, I guess, literal exit at some point. No pun intended, but it did happen. Off screen, elsewhere on the map, RTG is finding Incredible Esports. So just continuing on, you know, a similar road of 0-1, Incredible Esports, if they get eliminated now, I'm pretty sure they are going to be out of the running for making top 5.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they could have a good final game and make top 8, at least maybe get some of those Arena Esports points, but other than that, like, it is really tough for them. They've had a rough day, they haven't had great games, but we do talk about the future. I mean, for them, they at least made it here. It proves that they can maybe go back to those qualifiers, maybe make a little bit of changes on their kind of plan that they had today, and come back a little bit stronger in that 3rd and 4th month. But right now, RTG, it looks like they're pretty healthy. They're getting the heals up. They did lose that 1 member, but yeah, like you said, fighting towards the bottom place team is a good start for yourself, as RTG is kind of still in the running. They're around that point threshold that if they have a good game now, maybe they could do it.
Last Ride has repositioned all the way to the top here for The road to glory, Incredible Esports at the top of the mountain. You might be on top of it, but it's not reflecting the scoreline and, you know, the storyline of this team as we're heading over towards Bat Squad once again, who, you know, maybe a little bit of quiet right off their drop, but you can see over the horizon, Twisted Minds are lurking in and around their position, and it seems like they are well aware of that.
I think so. They're checking around to make sure and seeing who is around their position as well. That squad still got everybody alive here, kind of looking out and around. Like we said, on the top of this mountain does feel pretty good, but this is a very large map, and it's probably not the highest chance that on ring 1 it pulls right towards the mountain you're sitting on right now. So just be ready to get those rotations. Incredible Esports down to just 2. They took that one back on the other side, but this is just such a rough position to be in. I mean, you only got the level 1 armor, only the level 1 helmet as well. It's not going to be feeling good. Maybe this mountain position can pick up a few picks here or there, but I mean, you're talking about a squad that needs a 15 to 20 point game if they want to succeed.
Yeah, maybe. That is a pretty big maybe, Llama, to ask for in the squad, but you know, you're never out fully. And I know I'm like huffing a little bit of copium right there and saying that, but you truly are never out of the running. And I have seen crazier things in esports in the decade that I have watched. But looking at the map, you see Nasser is going to be rotating in from over at Chumisera. Up from Crater Field, 7th Elements are still rotating in. They're going to easily find their way over towards Water Treatment. Team Star is right in the middle, in and around to where Incredibly Esports was. Struggler might be looking in towards Twisted Minds, and he is, but he's going to get run over by the Dune Buggy of ANS. Oh, if that does not say exactly how things have been going for Incredible Esports, I don't know what will paint it in a bigger picture.
Yeah, that's really sad. That really, really stinks. Almost had the elimination and then gets taken down by the car, but oh, that one really stinks. But back towards your a little bit point earlier that you're talking about like nobody's out. I will also say, like, it also does kind of infuriate me sometimes when, like, watching battle royales, teams like on the 5th or 6th game, they'll just give up. Like, they're like, okay, we're out of it. I mean, this is practice. This is a monthly final. This is some of the greatest practice you're going to get. So even if you are knocked down to the bottom, I want to see these teams playing like they would their best game possible. Go into this last game. Don't get super crazy. Play those rotations good and take that practice into the next weeks.
I mean, you got to even think about it, too. Even if you don't make it in towards the playoffs here and now, Llama, at least having a confident end towards this tournament is going to give you something to work off of going back in towards those invitationals.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, that confidence is everything for every one of these teams here, but we'll have to see how it does work out. R8 Esports, back to them in their game. They had a crazy one in the last one. I mean, you talk about just picking up so many eliminations. I believe setting the record for top number of eliminations in that last one. But we'll see how they kind of do this one on a different map with maybe less available fights towards them. Just pressuring out towards that team over there. But not too many things hitting. Again, that long range distance a little bit harder to hit. So we'll see how they set up. No real natural covers. They just pressure everybody.
Yeah, they just pressure out these players, taking away. It's something similar that, you know, I know it was easy to forget about after we watched Sanhok, but it's going to be a slow Miramar, and it's going to be a slow wrangle. Teams are definitely just trying to be a little bit more cautious towards Game 4 and Game 5. They don't want to overstep their boundaries and just get caught in the open like Star Fofo just did, but you have to be thinking at the same time that if you want to get a good placing, you need to get eliminations to kind of go alongside that, and it hasn't really been the biggest focus so far for a lot of teams right now on Miramar. It's been very, very quiet.
It has been. You know, a lot of teams more focused on the rotations, just maybe kind of looking at who's around them. But you mentioned Team Star. I mean, I really like their story today. They've been quietly been very consistent. They've been taking eliminations when they need to. They've been having pretty good games, and they are sitting in a slightly dangerous position. Like we said, nobody in that top 5 is safe right now, but I mean, you got to feel comfortable. That confidence has to be there after having so many good games. So we'll see. It did look like you said, they lost a player on that rotation, but I mean, 15 teams left, 55 remaining. There's definitely place for you to improve upon here as the stage continues to close. And I like what R8 is doing as well. They're kind of hearing those different sound cues, kind of investigating them with the third-person head peeks, which are really nice to not really put yourself in too much danger.
No danger right now for RA. Just information for himself. A couple of shots gonna ring out. Nothing lands.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna back on down with the rest of his team. Is he? He's in a car, right? That was a graphics glitch right there. Nothing was loading for the moment. I thought he was just sitting, getting shot from somewhere. It was RKHS who got a little bit of an angle of K-Ton, and he's going to lose his life for the moment. He's knocked and fully eliminated.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. Maybe just investigating the glitch, maybe he was seeing it as well. Just like, ooh, I'm in the SpongeBob world. I got the invisible boatmobile, but unfortunately, it looks like the villain was on the other side the whole time and able to take him down. So we'll see how that does play out. Obviously, for the squad, they'll lose a member, but it does seem like to me, Seymour, a lot of teams are losing single players here or there, so not everybody up to full strength.
No. And it was something we touched on back on Erangel that, you know, wasn't really the biggest focus on Sanhok because of how small of a map it was. But going back towards Miramar, you have to be thinking about those late rotations over towards San Martin. You want to have all 4 members alive. Nasser was the team that won on Miramar last time. And take a look at them. They're going to have the early advantage towards height in this lake circle. GK's rotating there. Team Star, who has lost a couple of members, and R8 also all fighting for this one. But if Nasser can get up this mountain, fight against R8 as well as GK, and take that height once again, that's going to put him in a great spot to go back-to-back on this Miramar pick and have another chance at a winner-winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, they could have a big chance here, but they are in a team fight that they have to clean up. You talked about it. R8 is looking to take them down to try and fight for that high ground. I also noticed on that zone pool, a lot of teams were outside of that playable area. So as the time goes on here, you got to know that there are going to be some fights as they kind of walk their way on in here. Star kind of opened it up with the team here, trying to battle it through 2v1. It's got to be better here for R8. What do they do to defend? There's really nothing. They're just running straight at you. J7 around the corner. Boom. There you go. With the boom from the nade. We'll trade on back. It's a 2-for-2, I believe. Maybe a 2-for-1. Nasser needs to reset here. They're going to lose some players.
Yeah, Spec gets fully eliminated, and you got to be careful for J7 not to follow the same fate. They're going to clean up that player that was down on the inside of the building. You see Slime Machine also in a battle versus Bat Squad on the outside. Bat Squad down to 1 member, and can he get away? He cannot. He's going to drop. The rest should be cleaned up. And Bat Squad once again falling short of victory. You see Ninja Boy off in the distance, nowhere close to the rest of his team. Just a little bit ahead of himself, and I'm pretty sure I got a little bit of a glimpse of Tough who were just following up with Slime Machine behind them.
Yeah, trying to go for the third party, but you talk about Slime Machine, the difference actually between them and Nasser in their team fight, Nasser actually lost a player. Slime Machine, they did it really clean, didn't lose anybody, so those player disadvantages really do come to bite you at the end. But now we will see for Nasser what they could do. 3 eliminations towards their name. They got some loot as well as that ring continues on closing, so just looking forward here. Tough, the squad you were talking about that was looking for the third party right around Salai. They have some good angles here, but if they do push, they're kind of walking through a valley, so I don't know if they can actually take this fight super cleanly.
No, Slime Machine very hesitant to take this once again. M7 just peppering shots over towards these members. GK down the ridge at the bottom of the mountain, but again, GK was in and around the rest of the clutter that was going on in the rotation towards the end circle. And with it being a San Martin final circle here on Miramar, you have to be thinking again, this height that Sly as well as Tough are fighting for is going to be so pivotal when it comes to finding some kills on the rotation in towards circle. And the top-down aspect of Miramar can never be overlooked.
It can't. And I think if Nasser can kind of get up onto that high ground like you were talking about, it can be a power position. But where we're actually pulling as well, Seymour, there's going to be a lot of buildings. So I think it's actually going to be a combination of kind of this end circle with what we were feeling on that last game, where there's their very, very closely clumped together cover. Right now, though, Vision Esports in a lot of trouble. Down 2 members. It is all down to 1. Toxic, going to see what they could do. It's actually 2 up. They go in team fight together. Really good, but hopefully they can hit this res and get the reset, because you do not want to be losing a player here.
It's good, but it's not good enough. Falcons ends up getting full downed by RTG, so Road to Glory going to pick off one of the members of our previous winner chicken dinners back on Sanhok. And we get a glimpse of the overhead view of Tough still being very cautious, rightfully so, of Slime Machine on the other side. Snapping back over towards Vision as they're traversing through this one. Now 3 members back up. They lose out on Falcon, but can they clutch up with these 3 members still alive? It's a big question. I'd like to get a picture of the minimap and truly see how many teams are still alive, because we have 12 teams active inside of this end circle and not a lot of room to sit.
Yeah, there's really no room, no space. Everybody's going to be fighting. And before that other ring closed, I mean, we were sitting at 55 players. So like we were talking about, everybody kind of running into each other. There's no real natural cover. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we're in a desert. There's no natural cover anyways. So you got to find those little nooks and crannies, those little rocks, and especially these houses like we were talking about can be just the best cover in the world. And like we're seeing again, the car meta here, Seymour, all these teams really using those for cover too.
See, Twisted Minds is still alive, and so is Star, but looks like Twisted Minds is going to make a run for GK's positioning. Evo Station finds the first one, a second onto Satan as well, so that's 2 knocks onto GK, one of our top teams so far inside of this monthly finals. And if Twisted Minds can take them down here on Miramar, and that opens up a lot of doors for these teams.
Yeah, it does. Lots of doors opening up here. You also see in the kind of edge of your screen there, Team Star, like we've talked about again, are having a pretty good game for themselves. Take a look at this airdrop here. It's going to be a level 3 armor, as usual. Can be really, really good to help beef up your team if you didn't loot well enough. But sometimes those care packages can be a trap, especially here in the desert. There is no real cover other than that airdrop. So you got to kind of, risk reward there. If you don't have the weapons you want, maybe you go for it. But if you don't, maybe not worth losing a member.
We take a look at this. Twisted Minds, who made a run for GK, gets third-partied by NIGMA Galaxy. So GK now getting a little bit of help from a comrade on a different team, as we do see that Star now making a run for RTG, a little bit of a run over onto RUKH, and that's RTG losing so many members. But Nassar, who is also in and around that area, as soon as this play zone is starting to unfold, so are the gunfights that were just on the edge of performing. So we lose 2 teams in the scuffle. RTG not in a great spot. Nassar, eyes peeled on these members, just sitting in the smoke, looking to get revived.
Yeah, and they might be even looking to blow up those cars as well. Make sure they don't have those, vehicles to get on out. Really, really smart here from Nasser, who are just playing a good another game here. You talk about the squad that played really, really good so far. They're leading everybody on the leaderboard. Seems like, as well, Nasser, they got lots of good angles. They got buildings. They got everything they could ever want. But at the same time, there is still 10 squads left here in such a small zone.
And what they don't have is all 4 members, so Nassar, they still have to be a little bit cautious. Seventh Element is now going to be on the sightlines of these Nassar players. You look in towards the top right of your screens, how small that circle is. There's not a lot of room for these 10 teams to reside in, so they have to be so cautious of the pathing that they're going to be taking to reach this safe zone. We see in the kill feed, 7th Element lose a member. That's NRG or Enigma Galaxy finding that at first knock. A second one onto Divine as well. So that's 2 knocks from Enigma Galaxy as they're looking for a little bit more eliminations. RUKH Esports also punishing 7th Element. So it seems like they are down to only 1 player remaining on the roster.
Yeah, only one down is not going to be a good situation, but it really isn't a good situation for anybody. It seems like, oh no, Safe is just going to get left in the dust. The teammate has to get to the next zone, so their teammate, unfortunately, might just pass out, take some damage from that storm here. But we talk about 10 teams. It is going to get exciting here very quick, as there is no real space. So we'll see. Safe maybe looking to get res now, but the teammate goes out. I don't think, no, unfortunately, doesn't get him. So they get fully finished, and now they'll have to play with 2 here for our previous winner chicken dinner squad here. Vision Esports, can they do it? Putting the pressure down towards 2. That's nice.
That is fantastic for them. And like I said, as this unravels, you can see teams are starting to drop. RUKH and, Vision just peppering away at GEEKAY. DeMar gets knocked and full down. Ragnar now trying to fight back for GEEKAY to stay alive here, but you lose hope, and it might be hope is all but gone for the side of GEEKAY. Eliminated and out of this final circle. They will not be getting a repeat second place here in Miramar.
Oh, sure, they will not. Denial there, but denial on everybody here. Vision Esports, they're done and dusted as well. Nasser just going to put some nades down. This good position we talked about really starting to pay off. This natural cover they built for themselves, but Xenox takes a bullet to the head there and is knocked down. So they need to get that res very quickly. There's a team running from behind them as well. Nasser have to be so careful with 7 teams left alive. Nades flying out from everywhere. Sly still fighting, still biting here. RUKH as well, taking kills in the kill feed.
But Sly previously lost a member towards the play zone, so fighting up against RUKH, it needs to be clean. It's not so far. RUKH, they take down Sly, they take down attackers of the team as well, and that's another team eliminated. Sly Machine not going to be in the runnings anymore. We're into our top 6 remaining. Nasser, RTG, NIGMA Galaxy, as well as what looked like a couple others over in the horizon. It's RUKH and Regicide still alive. They've made it alongside 7th Element. Plenty of solos at the end, just ratting it out.
Solos ratting, like we said, you can earn some massive placement points, and especially for Regicide, this could be huge. A squad that really has not performed well on the past 2 maps, now looking for that bounce back. We'll see though. Nasser, I feel like in one of the best spots right now, able to just watch everything unfold around them, but you never know here. RTG, they got the angles here, trying to put the pressure on 4. Doesn't look like they've done anything. Nasser will take one more. 7th Element, I believe, are eliminated there, so down to 4 teams left alive. Nade's gonna come on in, but Last Ride is taken down from a side angle. Nasser are picking up so many eliminations, watching every angle.
Things fall quiet for a moment. Llama. So we're down to our top 3. NIGMA, RUKH, and Nasser looking to repeat their victory back on Miramar in game number 2 of our Arena Esports tournament. This could be it, but NIGMA Galaxy stuck in between both of these teams. They might not be in a great spot, although they do have all 4 members still alive. Shots ringing out. Can Pusher take some of these members down alongside his comrade Rami on NRKH?
Unfortunately, just not able to survive here. NIGMA Galaxy taking some deaths here. Nasser have actually moved themselves another player into a building. So not only do they have the good position over by that mound, but they have that extra player who is just going to give them so many crossfire angles. And I think, unfortunately for NIGMA Galaxy, they are in the ravine. They are stuck between RUKH and as well Nasser. It's just not going to be good. They might even get run over here as well. Just going to look through it. Oh, he takes down, I think, both of them. Absolute BM there. Just has to finish that player off. There's one more player of NIGMA hiding out behind them, but what a play.
What a play for sure. 2 players left alive for RUKH, 3 for Nasser, 1 for NIGMA Galaxy. It's Coops just ratting behind this vehicle. They have no idea where he is, but in a few moments, 20 seconds, the play zone is going to be shrinking and Coops is going to be forced out into the open.
That one single player, though, can often kind of put a wrinkle in the plans here. Nasser, they've got so many side angles, though. 3 players left alive. They're going to be fighting into RUKH, but Question is, can they win this one here? They've got vehicles, they've got to feel like everything they need to, and they're going to make the charge on forward. A little bit outside of this zone, though. They have a tree, they have a rock, they have some cover, and NIGMA Galaxy will see what they can do with the solo.
Ramy's going to be caught in the open. 6 players left still. And NASA are in such a great spot to put this one away, but Pusher up top. They have a split cover, and it doesn't seem like they're able to get some good vision over towards Ramy just yet. NASA is going to take him down finally. Coops is going to be spotted. Pusher, the only one standing, and Coops finishes off Ramy. So down to a 1v1v3, and Pusher puts NIGMA Galaxy down to rest. It's a 3 versus 1. Pusher has to heal up and go absolutely nuclear, but Arena Esports, they do not want to let that happen. Nades, shots, the kill, the winner chicken dinner, and Nasser repeating their win back on Miramar.
Nasser is so consistent on this map, taking the dub, and they played that position absolutely perfectly, like we said, just getting those side angles, just going down the list one after another, team after team. And then there at the end, you also have to give credit to those 1v1ers. I mean, you know, if you take out the other player, you're getting some extra placement points, so really good focusing of the targets. But Nasser, you got to give them credit. They gotta be leading in first place after this game.
I mean, Nasser being the only team to find 2 winner chicken dinners, 100% you have to be imagining that they are a lock for those playoffs, maybe even a lock for that first place spot. It's down to, I think, 2 others, Vision Esports and Regicide, to maybe get another winner chicken dinner, or maybe even GEEKAY should have a chance at getting a winner chicken dinner and overtaking that first place spot. But Arena Esports is the only team that I could confidently say has a solid chance at being our first place team at the end of the night.
I think so too. I mean, they just have to have an average final game, I feel like, maybe 4 or 5 points to secure it. As long as they don't drop a donut and drop last, I feel like they have secured it 100%. But that doesn't mean the rest of the race is done. Like we said, for this final game, we're still looking for that top 5. We're still looking for all those teams to battle it out and secure their spot for those playoffs. And again, we still have money on the line as well. You got to play towards your best here.
Yeah, you got to play your hearts out right now if you want a chance at those playoffs. At least, you know, you got to go above and beyond if you want to take down Nasser and what they've been able to do for Miramar. At least getting their second winner chicken dinner is going to put them above the rest. But you're right in saying that this marathon is so close to being finished, but not done just yet. So heading into a Wrangle as our last map, plenty of teams looking to play spoiler for that aspect, plenty of teams looking to have their last shot at making it in towards that top 5. But we gotta take a look back at Miramar and talk about a couple of these teams from what we saw. Some highlights there. Was it the most action-packed Miramar from what we saw, you and I, Llama? But there were some good moments to, you know, kind of pick apart.
There were, you know, it was here and there. You know, we knew the start was going to be a little bit slow. It was going to take a little bit of time, but it was really exciting around, you know, that 4th or 5th ring closing. We saw so many teams outside that had to work their way in. I mean, Nasser did a great job of building themselves that great position early on, and then they could just watch as all these teams rotated forward. So good job to them, but I'm excited to see these highlights and how it went.
Yeah, just looking back at the action that we got, it was slow to start, but, you know, R8 really kicked us off with a couple of kills here and there. Looking through it, I think that was a replay back from the first game that we did see on Miramar. But Nassar, this is where things pivoted. This aggression in towards the house. I thought it was kind of blowing up in their face for a moment, and R8 had a chance to turn it around, but the backup was there. You know, the help, you know, got in towards that house just in time to finish off that member and deny R8 of getting their way back into it. And Nassar, they did not stop there.
No, they did not. Vision Esports there in a pretty good fight. We talked about a little bit unfortunate for NIGMA Galaxy that they were stuck between these two teams, but the run over play, I love this from Ram, literally just going true to the namesake, and then those 1v1s just to finish it out. But I really love that we got to highlight that fight early from Nasser, because, I mean, you're talking about a squad of R8 that had, what, the record number of eliminations in the previous game, that if you lose that fight, or if you start to, they could maybe overtake you. And I felt like it was not going their way as well, but they found a way to battle it back.
they just kind of made it happen. Even when they were backed up against the ropes, you can't count this team out. Obviously, they have the ice in their veins to get the job done. See, in particular for that last zone, I don't think I'm a big fan of the way that RUKH played that one. I don't like, you know, moving in and running over those players, because then you kind of replace yourself with Enigma Galaxy, you know, taking over that kind of crevice spot. You had height. You had a chance to continue to poke out for Nassar and deny them of that space, but as soon as Rami, you know, repositioned and put himself where Enigma Galaxy was, Nassar had all the confidence to start walking forward and start laying down some pressure onto them with their nades, with the smokes, you know, blocking off Pusher so often. And you didn't even get the full kill onto Enigma Galaxy with, you know, Coop still staying alive down over towards that circle. So yeah, you know, it's a bold play. You know, it might have been the right play to make. It might not have been, but I would have valued that height, you know, just poking away at those members and hopefully letting your guns finish off Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I think so 100% as well. And I honestly think that decision signals to me they were playing for second. They were in no way playing for the win. They were saying, we have to get these guaranteed points. We need maybe those 2 eliminations plus the 2 or 3 placement points we're going to get is maybe the difference maker. We talked about how it can be, and maybe that's too big of a risk for them for playing for third versus first. But you know what? I would have loved to see them play for that winner-winner.
And, you know, by all means, the placement points for second are okay. But at this point in game number 4, you need to play for the win. Especially, you know, RUKH and Enigma Galaxy, 2 teams who are not a lock-in for the playoffs at the moment inside of this monthly final number 2. So I would have liked to see them show that they were confident enough to play against Nassar and Enigma Galaxy with the positioning that they did have. But they threw it away, and I'd like to see them fix that going into the next map. And Rangall, one more left llama. This is where we kind of go above and beyond for what the players have seen so far, because it's the first time that we have had a map number 5 within these qualifiers. So it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, you get one more extra chance. We talked about it last time. You only had 4 maps, so this time you get the extra map. You get the little bit of extra chance. It also means the scores are probably going to be higher, so you can't just have that 1 or 2 wins and secure yourself like we're seeing with Regicide. You have to really stay consistent through all 5 maps and find a way to pick up points. But you know what? I'm going to go back to my analogy of the marathon, because right at the end of the half marathon, there's a 0.1. Right at the end, it's 13.1 miles. And right at the end, everybody just sprints. They just go. They know it's a marathon, but we're going to look at the scoreboard and see which teams need to hit the sprint right here at the end.
As soon as you see the finish line, it is just lights out. Book it for that end game. Nassar Esports walking away with 10 eliminations and 10 placement points, a total of 20 total points at the end of Miramar for yet another winner chicken dinner. But RUKH Esports, albeit, you know, a second place finish, you get the 6 placement points that kind of harped on them for playing for second and not first. They still get 20 total points, so it's not a horrible finish to that game, but you have to think about the extra points you would have got if you played for that winner chicken dinner. Arena Esports, we talked about them having a great game, only 2 elimination points and 2 total points with 0 placements. GEEKAY close by that as well. Let's take a look at where these teams match up in our overall scoreboard. All eyes on the top 5, and is it only going to be placings 1 to move in towards the grand finals? Placings 2, 3, 4, and 5 move towards the playoffs here in our monthly final 2, and it is not anywhere close to being locked in.
No, I think Nassar, like we were talking about, might be the only one. I mean, they're 9 points ahead as long as they have a pretty good game and RUKH doesn't drop another double-digit bomb on them, then maybe they can stay in that spot. But everybody else, their position is very not safe here. For Team Star, we talked about it. They're at 28. They're barely making it in. For Slime Machine, they've been in the top 5, but are not currently. And for 7th Element and Regicide, you really feel for them. They took game number 1. They were leading. They were the first place top dog, and now they're just behind everybody else.
And it just hasn't been anything other than that game number 1. Regicide, yeah, they make it in towards the placement for Miramar this time around, but It's only 1 elimination and 2 placement points. It's just not enough if you want to make it in towards that top 5. Luckily enough, you could talk about how much of a disparity there is between Team Star as well as, you know, the top side and the bottom side. Team Star sitting at 28 points, Regicide 24, so 6, 7, and 8 still have such a great chance at reaching in towards that spot for Team Star and upsetting them. Same can be said for GEEKAY, 30 points, 2 ahead of Team Star. They're very threatened right now by those teams in 6th, 7th, and 8th, as well as Team Star overtaking them. Although GEEKAY had back-to-back second places, they're in no way, shape, or form comfortable on that scoreboard. So we look at teams now trying to punish the others. It's R8 Esports at 22 and Twisted Minds at 20. These are the last 2 teams that, in my mind, still have that shot. You could say the same for Road to Glory and NIGMA Galaxy, but it is a long shot for those two.
Yeah, it's a long shot. I mean, an even longer shot for Team Tough here. We were kind of thinking at the beginning of this, it's around 40 points that you need to qualify towards that top 5. But right now for 0-1, Bat Squad, and Incredible Esports, it looks like they are out. But for this final game, like we said, it's practice. Use it at what you can, or maybe you have the chance to, you know, go team fight one of those top teams. You talked about confidence. It would be great to kind of end off the day with saying, okay, we took down the top team, we took down their chances, and they should be scared of us going forward into the playoffs and further on.
Yeah, but are they scared going into, you know, those further games? You know, are these teams really terrified? Because, I mean, our monthly qualifier won, albeit, you know, it wasn't the most one-sided affair. I don't remember it being as close as this one is. And so those teams are probably going to look back at this game and wonder, is it really, you know, a scary thing to see how much these teams are fighting, scratching, clawing their way just to qualify for what they've already accomplished back in that qualifier number 1. It's to be determined for when those playoffs do happen later on down the line. But for right now, you and I have to be talking about what is up next, because what is certain is a Rangall on the horizon. One more map llama to be talking about, and that is where Regicide won our first ever winner chicken dinner tonight. Can they do it again? They kind of have to, but it hasn't been the best showing from them. I don't think I'm as confident in this team as I once was.
Yeah, I mean, we were really confident in them. You talked about we were putting stocks in them. We were betting on them to win those games 2 and 3 and hoping they would find their way back in it. But it seems like they just really could not perform on those 2 maps. And now it is back to their kind of home ground. And if it is any map that they are going to succeed on, I feel like it's right here. I feel like they could do it once again, but I mean, it's been tough. I feel like all the other teams have been heating up. We're talking about Nasser as well, who has had really good positioning in back-to-back games, and they're looking as the top team as well. I mean, you have to talk as well for Nasser. They're not going to probably take any team fight. I don't think they want to risk it at all. They're going to get right into a good position and play for those placement points because, like we said, they only need, I think, 4 or 5 to lock their first place spot.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, Llama, but I don't think that's what we're going to get. For Nasser has been one of those teams that have always been active in the fights, whether they were winning or not winning. It's just been favoring them in towards these last couple of games. They've just been finding, you know, a lot more success in the battles, and I don't want them to stray away from that whatsoever. Although they might be in a fantastic position to get that first place spot, they have a chance at spoiling it for others. And with the skill of these individual players, I don't want to see them sit and hide. I want to see them hunt, take down teams in the 2nd to 5th place, open up some chaotic storylines for the rest of them, some chances for the bottom side of the scoreboard to start to climb, and really be that annoying team who knows they can battle against the rest.
I like that. You know, that's a confidence play right there, that you go into this game, you don't change your strategy, and it kind of is 2 schools of thought. Like we're saying, you can play passive, you can guarantee yourself the first, or you can play how you've been playing, which I feel like is more comfortable for more teams. Like changing your complete, like how you're playing the game on the last game is really, really tough. So going into this last one, I'd love to see them. I mean, I love team fights. I love to be spoiled with those, and they've had really good positioning on them. So I could expect it to see that they just go into this game swinging, and I wouldn't be surprised either if they can test a team right off of drop.
No, I wouldn't be surprised at that either. I think they can happily have the full capabilities of overwhelming a team and bullying their way through a POI. But I want to shift away from talking about Nasser because, that is such an easy, team to talk about right now. I want to shift our focus over towards a team who had such a great spot, but now is kind of threatened of falling away from qualifying. GEEKAY Esports, a team who, out of the Invitational, finds their way into the monthly qualifier for another chance at, making it in towards those playoffs. And they had a great start, back-to-back second places on Erangel and Miramar. But after that, they go to Sanhok, they go back to Miramar, and they haven't been performing like they did before. This is a team who, unlike Nasser, I do want to say, needs to change their game style, whether it is going in towards, a more peaceful, passive spot, being more methodical with their positioning, or, just fully diving into these gunfights. They got to figure out what they need to do, and they need to do it together, because in the past 2 games, they've been a little bit split.
Yeah, that's a good point. You do not want to be split, and especially going here into this last game, you have to do everything together. And I always say, it's better to make a losing decision better than make the winning decision separate, because if you're making the losing decision together, there's a chance that you can turn that fight. There's a chance that you can make that play possible because all of your team is doing it. But man, it is going to be a tough one here for those teams sitting at 4th, 5th, and 6th. We get one final look at these teams here today because, man, every single one of them is going to be battling. They might have those secondary chances in months 3 and 4, but you want to close it out right here.
And a couple teams who I don't think we will be seeing in the playoffs right now, and we can give a little bit of, not so much of a send-off, but a couple of, words of wisdom towards them. Incredible Esports, Bat Squad, 0-1 King. Right. I'm looking along down the lines of, maybe even, you could say, Team Tough, too. I don't think these teams have a chance at making it in towards the playoffs at this point. Team Tough would have to look for a winner-winner chicken dinner with plenty of eliminations to go alongside that for that one chance. But for the rest of them, heading into this last map, it kind of goes to what we were talking about back on Miramar, back in game number 4, is this isn't your chance to kind of just bow out and give up. This is where you want to show that you're not going to give up and you're going to play as confident as you can, trying to right those wrongs, fix those mistakes, and prove to everybody that even if you're falling down in towards those invitationals as well as the open qualifiers once again, you're out for blood. And you want to find your way back in towards this monthly final number 3 in a matter of in no time at all. So I'm really looking at these teams to go out with a bang here in game 5.
Yeah, we talk about that sprint at the end of the marathon. No matter how you performed in the rest of the race, you better be booking it right towards the finish here to try and finish off your race. And as well, for some of these teams like Tough, maybe you just state your claim. Maybe you contest one of those top teams and try and take them out early. But we are going into it. Game number 5, the finish here. See more on the day.
It's been a long journey, Llama, but I've been happy to cast alongside you for these past 4 games, and I couldn't be more excited to see how this last one is going to unfold as finally we get a sensible flight path.
Yes, finally, we're not going like from military base over just over military base. Let's change the flight path actually, so it's only there. But yeah, it's a nice clean one. It's directly across the middle, so everybody can get to their specific POI, and we get this lovely point scoreboard aside of our map.
Yeah, Nasser Esports sitting at the top with 48 points, a whole 9 points ahead of RUKH Esports, who has overtaken that second place spot. Visions Esports, GEEKAY, Team Star, all looking to hold on towards their top 5 placing and maybe dethrone Nasser at the top. But again, we talked about it. We've laid down the stories. Plenty of teams fighting for their last chance here in game number 5. It's Erangel, teams dropping in, and just look at those colors looking for the POIs.
Everybody fighting off of RIP. Everybody wants it. And NIGMA Galaxy specifically, we are going to start with. I believe they're fighting Bat, if I'm not confused. But everybody, like we said, wants to go out with a bang. And if you do end here, it is your last match of the day. So we'll see what Galaxy can do. They got the shotguns early, looting up the POI. Nowhere to go, but jumping around the corner here. Coop's not going to go for it just yet. Maybe reloading. That's the play. Oh, tries to shoot for it. The pre-fire was good, but can't find it just yet.
Not just yet, but still looking to shut down Bat Squad right off the rips. On screen, Ninja Boy just on the other side of this wall. RTG, Road to Glory, gonna now be snapped over. It seems like they're in a lot less of a stickier situation than we saw between Bat Squad and NIGMA, but they are being contested at this drop by who else other than Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are going to be kind of opposite of them. I'd also like to make a note here, only 13 teams. So maybe some of those teams at the bottom just did not load to this last one. Maybe we already had some early drops, not sure, but it is NIGMA Galaxy already with the first entrances into the fight. They're playing it clean, walking together here. They still have 2 more to take and actually might lose 1 here. Coops is going to have to go in and help the teammate. They're very low here.
Yeah, very, very low for Enigma Galaxy, but Ninja Boy ended up dropping before this. Clutcher OP, he wants to dive in towards the deep end. RUKH is going to be caught. Shotgun in the hand of Clutcher, but he needs to go well about his friend because now Bat Squad has lost yet another member. Clutcher OP going to take him down. Lord looking to get some vision onto this last player as they are hunting down Bat Squad's last remaining player here on the high ground. He sees both, but with 4 shots inside of this gun, is it going to be enough to stay alive?
Trying to go for the res. Teammate moves, unfortunately, so it's canceled out. Jump peek there! That was dirty! Lord cleans them up, though. It is NIGMA Galaxy. They win the fight. They take down all 4. They only lose 1. And what a start for this squad. That was anything but clean, but they get the job done.
The RTG still shaping up against Twisted Minds. This last ride was caught off the drop, and RTG down to 3 remaining members spread across this POI. With Twisted Minds, you know, in a chance to really start collecting some shots, but out of the open, NS is going to be tagged down a little bit by Hitman, not fully knocked down. We will be able to get back towards safety, but some nice shots there for Hitman, a chance to get one back.
Yeah, that was good. Just putting the pressure on down, using those long-range angles to use it as well. But I will say a little bit dangerous here, like we said, for Road to Glory. They have 1 down. We'll see how they kind of try and take this fight against Twisted Minds, who we've talked about before. They have clutch players. They know how to fight you. So if you are not careful, you could just walk right into them. And it looks like Twisted Minds, once again, maybe dealing with player issues, only spawning in with 3 this time. So we'll see what they can do. They did make it into a 3v3, though, so have to be feeling at least a little bit good as they run across this open courtyard. A little bit dangerous, but you know what? It's good enough.
Yeah, it is good enough to just stay alive here for both teams. As Twisted Minds, you know, it seems like Wrangle is just an issue for one of their members as they load in yet again with 3 players. So you see Umarap sitting on the other side of this blue crate, listening for all the clutter on the other side of these walls that Twisted Minds is kind of giving away, feeding that information to the rest of the team. But Umarap's got to be careful, because if Twisted Minds suddenly just decides to rush in towards this building, a 1v3 is definitely not going to be favorable.
Definitely not. Yeah, you don't want to take the 1v3. You want to take those positive player scenarios, but you've seen every player kind of utilize that third-person perspective, make sure they can gather all the information they need before it. But how about Hitman hitting the shots there? The long range will take the first down. Twisted Minds, it looks like, are going to maybe turn the U-turn around on the car and try to pick up their teammate, or they're just going to drive straight at you, but maybe not the right decision. A 2-for-1 trade. Hitman takes a car to the face, but Umarap could go finish off Twisted Minds here. They lost 1 player from that drive on forward, and Umarap's going to run on through. He's got the shotgun. 2v1, and Twisted Minds are done.
Twisted Minds are out, and that should be their chances for playoffs done again. They're going to have to go back to the beginning and qualify once more for our monthly final number 3. But we snap over towards Nasser, fight against GEEKAY. We talked about GEEKAY looking to have a great game here in number 5 Arango, but Nasser is going to look to eliminate them here and now, and that is what we are going to see. GEEKAY are gone, and now a chance for teams to upset their placings in the top 5.
That is not a good feeling if you are GK, but you called it, Seymour. Nasser are not going into the night quietly. They are not playing this game passive. They want to fight, and that they did, and they don't lose a single member while doing it. Absolutely clean with those nades as well. They pick up those 4 eliminations, and they're going to be very, very healthy. 10 squads left, under 40 people as well.
I don't blame them for this either. It's why I wanted to see them, is because their first place positioning is definitely not a lock just yet. And taking down a team like GK is going to make Nasser feel a little bit more comfy up at the top. And they have 4 eliminations just to continue adding on to those points. So rotating now away from that fight, they've gotten their job done. And Nasser go back into the shadows.
Back into the shadows for a little bit, back into hiding as they'll go back up here. Actually, maybe not hiding, maybe looking to fight here. Looks like R8, another squad in the area for them to look down to. Spec can have those scopes to help pressure it out. You also look at the loot. I mean, Nasser's been doing a good job not only taking the scraps off of the enemies they just took out, but the level 3 armor vest, the helmets, everybody totally geared up with meds, ammo, and exactly the loadout they could have wanted. We're hopping on back over to NIGMA Galaxy, who took that early fight, who took those early 4 eliminations. So I'm excited to see how the game kind of evolves for them and how they can do in this one.
Plenty of teams looking to right their wrongs. I think my Galaxy actually lost a member off the drop. R8.
Yep.
Skaten. Gonna be down to 7th element, and Skaten's gonna be fully eliminated and out. So that's an elimination for 7th element, as Prestige might be thinking about repositioning here and see if you can find a trade onto the 7th element team, who has been struggling on rotating into the circle.
Yeah, I don't know if Prestige actually knows if they're there. Like, I think they're just trying to run away from Nasser because Nasser is just pressing them down with those long angles, but they're not careful. They could walk right into that 7th element squad, but maybe they could take a fight. Who knows? Got still 3 players left alive, so not in the worst position in the world, but with Nasser hunting you down, definitely not the best position in the world either. So we'll see what their rotation looks like. Maybe they just want to go back and fight them. We're just gathering information. We'll have to see.
Plenty of options for sure.
Yep.
Busher's going to take some shots over towards Team Star. Team Star might not know this, but they are fully surrounded. Rami is down, though, for RUKH, so I think Team Star are well aware of this and now trying to shut down a team just barely ahead of them. What an important gunfight this is. This is such a huge team fight.
Yeah, this really is. This could determine a lot on the scoreboard. This could be determined who is going off to playoffs, and I really like this position up here, up in this secondary floor, able to hit the shots there, taking down Fury on the other side. So RUKH Esports, they're doing their job. They're hitting these angles in the long range there as well, putting the work in here with the scopes, but isn't able to fully finish them off yet. RUKH not able to lose a member either, so you have that one player down. I don't know if he's resable because he is very, very far forward, but is that nade actually to take down one more? So Pusher taking another, going in with the car now. They're getting aggressive. This team fight is huge, and they're looking to win it with this driver right here.
They are. Here we go. RUKH getting into the action, and Wanted goes down. So Star's going to be surrounded. Wanted gets fully eliminated by Rami, who was knocked earlier on. And Eugene cooking a nade right in deep. It's going to land. Wanted still down, but doesn't find ARF in the meantime. Star are pushed down towards the back ropes, and they need help.
They need something. They need a defense. They need a strategy because these nades are going to keep on persisting, and they are real close to that playoffs. They can taste it, but they need to win this fight. With only 2 players left alive, it's not looking too healthy. There's the nade. There's the double, and Star will fall. What a beautiful throw there, and what a fight from RUKH.
A giant turn of events right there, where Team Star started off with an elimination, but they weren't able to fully combat the pressure that RUKH can apply to that scenario. and they lose out on their chances right now of qualifying. That's the number 5 team on the overall scoreboard, so you know that right now those members on Team Star are sweating buckets.
Yeah, I mean, I would be too. You have to have RUKH Fallout probably next or close around you if you want to beat them. And now, unfortunately, there's no more games. The fate is in their hands whether or not you make it to playoffs. And Nasser has been kind of making their own fate today here. They're still 4 alive. They got those cars around them. They're in a good spot. I mean, there is some mountains around them. Also, again, somehow these guys are warping cars inside of buildings, pushing them inside there for some extra cover. But, I mean, look at this. Spec is just watching, waiting for that player up on the mountain to peek them, and just playing all their angles perfectly.
Enigma Galaxy down to 2 members, Llama.
Yeah. How?
Vision Esports on the other side. This is another one of our top 5 teams. Like, this is an insane game number 5. So many teams looking to make power plays, and it's just blowing up in their faces.
It is. Yeah, a lot of teams trying to fight others, take them off the map, and you see it there. I mean, Coops is going to be the only one healthy for Enigma Galaxy, and Vision could use that to push off of, but at the same time, if you're Vision, you do not want to lose any more. Vision actually getting taken down by a nade from Enigma Galaxy. The trade comes through on Freak. 1 for 1 to start us off, and gonna maybe go for some smokes here to help protect that rotation, but it's a 2v1. Coops has done this before, but it is the most important 2v1 of the month for you.
Biggest 2v1 for sure. But Freak is down. Coops, can you hold on strong for Enigma Galaxy? Let's swap over to another fight that's going on between R8 Esports and 7th Element. 7th Element have finally found themselves getting into the circle safely. Coops making one last hurrah, but he wasn't able to get the kill. Or yes, he was able to get the kill before dropping. So one last elimination point for Enigma Galaxy, but Llama, sadly, I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, good effort. You got to give it to them. Not just kind of running away, not playing the rat strat, trying to fight it out towards the end. But you know what? You give them credit for their day-to-day, but I think they'll have to get back to the drawing board and see what they can cook up for the future. Right now, though, R8 in a good spot on the top of this building as well. Gives them some extra angles. I mean, where this zone is pulling, there is some pressure around them. I feel like there's a lot of mountains around them, so just have to be careful. And in the distance, we see Nasser still strong as a 4-man.
Yeah, I mean, that is a scary sight to see. Look at the spread that they have, too. All 4 players, separate buildings, so much space for Nasser to work with, and I'm sure everybody, as soon as they see these members, they're like, all right, that is not where we want to go.
Yeah. Nope. Thank you, please. I'll go the other way. I'll keep my own life and not want to fight them. But you mentioned space. They have just been really, really so good at taking space, holding buildings, holding areas all along their own. And I mean, Nasser, we're talking about it. Maybe not only have they already secured their first place spot, but what would it mean to them to take another win here?
I mean, for Nasser, it would mean utter dominance. For Vision Esports, clutching their playoffs, maybe even clutching the grand finals. For other teams, it's just, you know, a chance at what could be. A big what if for everybody else.
Yeah. I agree. Lots of questions, not a lot of answers for some of these teams. Really, it does seem like they've been the only ones to do so. Nasser has found those answers, found those consistent answers, but we'll see. 7 teams left to go, 24 players as well, so definitely the numbers not adding up to a full 100%, but at the same time, you know, 7 squads left. This is where you make your money. This is where you make your final push here, and look at this. R8 are making their push to take down a player of Slide, takes them out of the car, and that rotation absolutely paid the price.
Yeah, Sly Machine going to be on the receiving end of losing out on that one member, 3TN. drops down. 3 eliminations for Sly is just not enough for them right now. Again, you know, a team in the bottom half of our scoreboard looking to rise the ranks for one last ride. RUKH down to 2 members with 4 eliminations. Regicide is pulling up on them, and Regicide still has all 4 teams, and you can't forget about Regicide, who won Erangel back in game number 1. Yes, they haven't had a good 2, 3, 4, but 5 could be where they come back.
It really could, and this is exactly how they played that first game. They played it slow, and then they increased the pace. Pusher gotta play it very, very careful here, but gonna get 2v1'd. Absolutely dropped there. Now it's down to the teammate. Can Folt do it here? Looking for it. Has got the level 3 armor vest. Maybe can look for the fight. Wins the 1v1, but down to solo HP. Goes for the finish there very smartly. Will get the guaranteed points. And actually, it's Regicide losing 2 players, so a 2 for 2. Maybe not in their favor, but at least they pick up the points.
They pick up the points, those 2 eliminations. Regicide stays alive, but at what cost?
Yeah.
Nasser looked to be making some moves here on Sly. This one's going to be fun. If Sly can take down the Kings right now, that's going to open up a world of opportunity for teams like Vision and Regicide, looking to bring this one back. Teams that we know can, you know, participate in those late games.
They've been very active in the late games. I will say this zone is pulling more towards buildings. So I know we've had a lot of like zones where it's ended in that open space. It seems like there's some more buildings. There's some more actual cover here in this zone. So it could be more exciting and really could be those last second decisions that decide whether or not you are going to playoffs, whether or not you're making some money here today, and whether or not, honestly, Nasser, you feel like already has their spot locked for that land, that grand finals, but you would love to see them take another win and all their pressure that they can put out and just their really quick decision making in those final zones as well.
Talk to me a little bit about these teams that are left. Is there anybody you're favoring here?
Nasser. I feel like that's the easy choice, but I mean, Sly's been good, but they are in a bad position. So I don't know. I feel like it's just Nasser all day. They have a good position. They're inside these buildings, but I don't know. Sly, it just feels like in the back of my head, like they're one of the teams that could maybe kill Nasser here and take their position, but it's going to be tough for any of these teams to contest Nasser.
And Nasser is definitely the team to be right now, and they're going to have ultimate positioning here inside of this final circle, but 7th Element just ahead of them. Sly in and around the same general area looking for this warehouse. R8 just across the street. I mean, this neighborhood is completely populated.
It's packed. It is absolutely packed to the brim. You mentioned 7th Element. I mean, quietly, they are the number 7 team before this game, right? Like, they have a chance now because some of these top teams have actually fallen out very early that, I mean, if they get a W here, if they get some eliminations towards the end, we could be seeing a 7th Element top 5 and run to playoffs here from game 5.
Sly's going to take out one member of RA. Sly also takes out a member of Vision Esports, so they're fighting a battle on 2 front right now. Sly inside, finishes off Visions. That's a full elimination onto Safe. I think that's a full elimination on the full team as well. So 5 teams remaining.
5 teams left. Credit to Sly there for that fight. It was very good here, but Sly also has to be careful on the outside. They got that 6 eliminations, but they are down a player, so don't want to take an unnecessary fight, maybe lose another. 7th Element has that high ground, and 7th Element as well. They've got 4 players here, so they are one of the 2 teams, I believe, left with those 4 players. Nasser being the other, this scary squad that can play the patience game, that can wait till those final circles start on closing, but again, it just feels like Sly has a chance here if they can use those angles. And 7th Element, they are getting a little bit separated and they lose one in the water.
Nice shots there from Xenox, but in retaliation, Alien
with even better replies. Xenox gets knocked, and J7 has to go revive the fallen teammate. That's some beautiful shots coming up from Alien on that high ground. Some good height, but again, 7th Element, they're not in the final circle, so they will have to drop down.
Yeah, they're going to try and drive that way. This is a really tough rotation. I feel like everybody is going to be looking at you and to cross the water as well. It's going to be tough. We'll see if they can do it. Nasser still holding strong inside their building. And luckily, look at this zone call again. Nasser is going to be inside their building in this next zone. I mean, it's one of the only buildings in there as well. And it's a 2-story. So you have to feel like this position is absolute God spot.
Yeah. I mean, Xenox might not be feeling that after he gets his head rattled, but everybody else on the inside, safe and sound. Teams are starting to find, their safe spots, too, in this final circle, and you can see that a couple haven't fully rotated in, but they're making their way. I think 7th Element, one of those teams that just has been struggling on getting through. Regicide just barely on the edge, but you still have a minute 40 until you have to fully figure out where you want to be, when you want to be, and Slide Machine's going to make the first move, and now they're between Regicide and Nasser. Slide do not know it. Regicide's going to peek up. Eggs gets dropped. Xenox going to get one back onto Regicide as well. And utter chaos on the map. These nades are looking to put it away.
Yeah, and again, with all the space that Nasser has, they can chuck these nades, they can walk forward, they can play this edge, and they can maybe walk up on these teams and try to ruin their last game here. The shots come out from Xenox, who was that sniper, but is now at the close range. A nade from the side, though, from Sly will actually take him down, so Nasser does have to be a little bit careful. They'll drop on down there. The trade's not looking too good. Finally, it goes on through. It looks like Sly, that will be the last breath they take in this game, but Nasser, I mean, they didn't lose a player. Somehow, they're going to be able to res and get back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, Stars goes extremely low. Xenox gets knocked, but they should be able to revive. 7th Element in this whole, skirmish between those 3 teams did not get a chance to walk forward, so they're still trying to look for that space. Who will capitalize off it is going to be R8, now looking for the building that J7 is anchoring, but CR77 getting backed up. R8, nobody there to back up CR77, and Nassar, they need to reply to this, get back to their building, and shut them down. CR77 is going to be knocked, and that should be a Nassar finishing this game off with a chance to go back-to-back for their 3rd winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, you asked at the beginning of the broadcast, would we get a back-to-back? Would there be a team that can play that consistent? And it looks like R8 not going to be that team. R8 going to be down to 1 member left, but Nasser has to be so careful of this third party. They lost Xenox again, dropped down to that down but not outstate. The nade's going to try and pressure out the nades as well. The res coming through. I mean, if they could get this, it could be absolutely massive here. R8, the final nade goes on through. R8 is done, and it is 7th Element in a 3v4 to see if they can pull off the winner chicken dinner.
Seventh Element, they need this right now, but can they do it? It's a lot to ask. Circle's not pulling for them. They're downhill. Yeah. And Nasser have all the confidence bringing between them. I mean, they already have 11 eliminations. Another 3 is going to be one of the highest eliminating wins that we've seen today.
It would be, I believe it would be tied for the most eliminations in one game. I mean, you see the angles as well. They're piecing them apart. J7 goes back up to the high ground here. Xenox goes in there. The early damage, the early trade already. They take down T24. Nasser, 1 player will fall here. We'll see if those finishes can come through. Importantly, from 7th Element, they need some points here. They were sitting at 7th before this game. Ironic because of their name, but we'll see if they can take this fight. It looks like not. They're just downhill. Nasser Esports should be nice, easy cleanup. Mop and bucket there, and they'll take that winner chicken dinner.
You wanted them to be passive, Llama. They wanted the glory. And here we go. Game 5. We head back to Erangel. And Nassar says, hold my adult beverage. Let me do it again. For the 3rd time today, 3 winner chicken dinners. Nassar has cemented themselves the best out of our monthly final qualifier 2 and has punched their ticket to the grand finals. We will see you on LAN.
We will see them there. They're also going to be walking home $500 richer to take home that top spot. And in my defense, I mean, I really love that game. That was definitely deserved. They really love playing that aggressive style, and they play it so dang well, taking up so much space there in the end zone, and then just playing uphill. Like literally, they just stood at the top of the hill. They said, "Come contest us." And Seventh Element, we have to mention, picked up that second place. I don't know if it was enough to get them in the top 5.
I totally agree with that. I think Seventh Element, albeit it was a fantastic start, you didn't really see them as active in the kill feed as, other teams, especially, with Nasser picking up a total of 14 eliminations at the end of that winner chicken dinner. I don't think Seventh Element really had enough when it came down to the placement. It was great, but again, you got to match that placement with eliminations if you want to make it in towards that top 5. Luckily for a lot of these teams that didn't make it there, Llama, I mean, what we saw Visions Esports not make it in towards some strong placement points. Star got exited quickly. GK got knocked out so early. I mean, with 3 members in the top 5 getting 0 placement points, there is a chance that our overall scoreboard might not be as straight cut as we expected it.
Yeah, it might be a lot of shakeups. And I think as well, we talk about Nasser. They were kind of a point sponge that game. They took the first place. They took 14 eliminations out of the pool. That's a lot of total points that a lot of those other teams could have picked up as well, but they didn't. They stole them away from it. And I also got to say, Nasser, definitely the first place team. They're definitely going to land, and they deserve it for 3 wins today. They played consistent in a battle royale, which is the most inconsistent thing in the world.
Yeah, no, I mean, inconsistency is a lot of the cases when you watch Battle Royale, but for today, I didn't see a whole lot of those inconsistencies. In fact, I saw the complete opposite. Some very strong games, back-to-back for a lot of these teams. Early on, we were talking about, GK being that consistent team. Well, it's the same thing for Nasser towards the end. They pick up that mantle, and they looked unstoppable, and I cannot wait to see them on land play up against Falcons White, another team who is playing exactly the same of them back in our qualifier number 1 for our first month of action here in PUBG Mobile. You couldn't ask for a better finish to this, Llama, and if you're gonna sit there and ask me what I expect to see in that overall scoreboard, don't ask me. I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see for that one. Before we get a look at our highlights across that Erangel, let's break down some of these moments.
Yeah, this was a really fun match, and we talked about it. There were a lot of team fight eliminating ones. NIGMA Galaxy there, you see it, just couldn't close it out there. We see RUKH Esports as well getting kind of run into by Regicide, but they lost 2 players in this that ultimately kind of costed them the game as well. So a lot of these fights is kind of like you said, blowing up in their faces. You see that from Folt though. That was a nice little trade there, and Spec, Nasser doing their job, cleaning this game up really good.
Yeah, doing a great job at cleaning up this game. Sly, I think, was a little bit early on this rotation in, and not knowing where Regicide was is really the bane of their, movement into... Excuse me. Was kind of like the bane of their idea going into that final circle. They got caught in between Nasser and Regicide, and, that gave Nasser the opportunity to kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone, where Regicide were like, oh, yeah, we'll get that kill onto Sly. You thought... Nasser cleans them both up, and not only that, they do a great job at leaving their last member J7 to anchor that building. So when R8 decided, hey, they pushed up, they dropped the hill, let's take that building, J7 was there to stop them in their tracks, and R8 just get completely overwhelmed by the help for J7. Everybody returns to the buildings. They wipe R8 off the board, and that puts 7th Element in kind of a scenario where 1-to-1, they just could not match the threat that was Nasser towards the end of that game. So we're going to take a look at our scoreboard from game number 5. How teams shaped up, Llama. Obviously, it's Nasser at the top with a total of 24 total points. But Slime Machine, they get 10, and not a lot of points for everybody else, let me say.
Yeah, like we said, Nasser was playing the sponge job here, absolutely soaked up those points. We'll take a quick look at our bottom half. It did look like Incredible Zero and maybe Team Tough didn't actually load to the game, but GK, they just kind of got a nothing burger, a zero. This consistent squad that we were talking about got nothing on this map. It feels really bad for Road to Glory. Twisted Minds, Team Star also fell a little bit short here in this game that, although they got some points, it is just not enough.
Yeah, no, it's just not enough for sure for these bottom 8 teams. 9 to 16 should be the end of the road for those members. Our champion team, Nasser, who would have guessed 24 points is going to be a lock-in for that champion spot. Their road to grand finals is secured for Nasser Esports coming out of that open qualifier. They really made it look so simple towards the end. But we got to look at the rest of them for the overall scoreboard. Who will we be seeing in playoffs? Well, it's RUKH Esports, Vision Esports, Sly makes it happen, and no way, 7th Element, they knock out Team Star as well as GK Esports, and they take that 5th spot. We will see you at playoffs. Congratulations.
Wow. I mean, absolutely heartbroken for the players of Regicide and GK. You had a good start to the day, but just could not finish it out. Team Star, we were talking about their brilliance at moments. They were in the top 5, but it was 7th Element on the final moment there. They were able to get that 2nd place finish, push them into the top 5, but credit towards the rest of those top 5 teams as well. RUKH, I mean, I feel like we didn't talk about them enough. 34 elimination points, only 12 of those placement points. They were having a really good day along those other top 5 teams.
Yeah, no, they were having a fantastic day today for Vision Esports, albeit, you know, maybe not the best start for them, but as soon as they got into game number 2, 3, 4, and 5, very consistent from Vision Esports as well as RUKH Esports, who was constantly battling against Nasser and really giving them a run for their money, but ultimately it wasn't enough to take down that first place team. 72 points is insane, and, you know, I can't wait to see them put, you know, that what they showed now into practice in person when we do reach that big stage at the end of the road. But we got to take a look at the bottom side, you know, teams who outside of the top 5 alongside Regicide, GK Esports, and Team Star will also be looking to make that comeback later on. Our 9th to 16th teams are going to be shown here, and it wasn't a great showing for some of them. Incredibly Esports, 0-1 King, Bat Squad, they just could not get anything going today across all 5 of these maps. But when you look at teams like Team Tough, Twisted Minds, Road to Glory, NIGMA Galaxy, and R8 Esports, I don't want them walking away with this thinking they didn't accomplish anything, because although they didn't make it into towards playoffs, they still have 2 more opportunities to make that happen. And with their performances today, if they could polish a few of their playstyles, a little bit of their communication, their pathing in towards those final circles, I think that these teams, these 5 teams, really has a good shot at getting a little bit of revenge, maybe in Qualifier 3 or Qualifier 4.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, there's that time to improve, and even for those teams at the bottom, you still have to give them just a little bit of credit that they had those flashes of brilliance. They were in a really tough lobby, and they can go back to the drawing board. They can get back in one of those invitationals. They can get back here to the monthly qualifiers in the future. I mean, they are starting to run out of opportunities. Only 2 more months left, Seymour, to kind of qualify yourself for those playoffs and for those grand finals, so you are starting to run out of those chances.
Yeah, only a couple more chances left for these teams, but some of them, I'm sure they're going to have no issue at all at reaching this monthly final once again. Let's take a look at that roadmap just to check out how much more we have before we get towards those playoffs, because we've already gone through 2 invitational qualifiers, 2 open qualifiers, 2 monthly qualifiers, and now we are down to the halfway point of the rest of this road, Llama. You know, it's been already so much action, so much chaos and success being shown by some of these teams. Seeing already 2 organizations get locked in for that grand finals on LAN is very exciting to kind of talk about later on down the line. But for the rest of the teams, and how we've really been, you know, weaving the storyline is that your road does not end here.
No, it definitely doesn't. And there's always those chances. Well, there's only 2 more chances in the monthly, but there's always the last chance qualifier. There are always those chances to make it back to playoffs if you can improve. And 2 months is a long time, right? You have all that time to kind of build back your strategy and look at VOD review. That's what I want these teams to do specifically. Watch where those points of where you messed up, where those rotations can be improved. Take that into the next time. And then who knows, you could be one of the top teams. And as well, it's not only about that, okay, you placed out of the bottom, you're still looking at some money for those other qualifiers and monthlies. So get out, play the best you can, and try and earn yourself some cash.
I mean, just play your hearts out at this point, you know, show exactly why you deserve to be on that big stage. You know, we can sit here and we can talk about how good these teams have been, how many chances they've had, and how many chances they will have. But at the end of the day, it's how much you want it. When you do step onto this monthly final, when you do step into those invitationals, not up to us to talk about how good you are. It's up to you to show us exactly why you are supposed to be on that LAN at the end of this whole road, Llama. And I can't wait to see those adaptations and the changes that are made going into these next couple of months, because for a lot of these teams, it might be small changes, a little bit here and a little bit there, but for a lot of teams, it's some major changes that we need to see fixed before we get towards that end. But here's a look at that roadmap that we just broke down.
Yeah, here is the roadmap. Obviously, the green arrow signifies where we are now, or what we just completed. So we have just completed the monthly finals Q number 2. So the first one and the second one will both be done. And that, of course, has qualified one team from both those towards the grand finals and some teams over towards the playoffs. But obviously, as we can see down below, we still got 2 more invitational qualifiers, 2 more open qualifiers, and 2 more monthly qualifiers to find out who is going to be those final 2 automatic teams locked towards the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, you think about how we've been talking about the monthly finals. We didn't even get a chance to talk about that last chance qualifier. I sometimes forget that there's a chance for that last chance qualifier. The playoffs are going to have a total of 32 teams, 2 groups broken in towards 16. And then outside of that, 8 teams from each group will move into that grand final. So that's when, or sorry, no, not 8 teams. You know, since there's 4 teams already going to be qualifying from our monthly qualifiers and towards that grand finals. Pretty sure that's going to be 6 teams from both groups joining us in towards that end, if my math is correct. So that's going to be a fun time when we do reach it to see who's going to qualify through that last chance qualifier. But you know, until then, we still got a lot to talk about here inside our PUBG Mobile tournaments presented by Arena Esports, powered by Tislat by EN. So let's take a look, you know, at what the winnings were for today. Our prize pool at the end, if we can, you know, pull this up, it was definitely Nassar walking away with the top cheese of 500, but for what's broken off towards the end, I need to see it.
Yeah, I want to see this prize pool as well. I mean, we're talking about $1,500 here separated out between the players, and that is a lot of money that is going to be there again, like we said on this roadmap, that if you come back, if you can get back to that monthly finals Q3, if you're one of the teams that maybe didn't pick up the prize pool, you can pick it up then. You can maybe earn some of that cash and earn yourself a spot towards it there. But you would love to earn the money now, and of course, like we said, some teams did walk away with that money today. So I'm excited to see you, like you said, walked away with some of that cheese.
Yeah, walk away with a little bit of that cheese. Let's look at it here. Prize pool, $1,500. Across the board, a little bit of an asterisk there because it's not completely $1,500 in cash. It's $1,250 in cash and $250 worth of Arena Esports points. So first place going to get $500, second place $350, third place $250, fourth place $150. Then fifth and sixth place going to walk away with $75 of Arena Esports points, and seventh and eighth $50 of Arena Esports points. So not everybody's going to be walking away with cash, but across the top 8, they at least get to walk away with something for 7th and 8th, or 6th, 7th, and 8th. They might not have, you know, qualified for playoffs, but, you know, they don't walk away empty-handed.
Yeah, they at least get something there, but you obviously have to congratulate Nassar Esports. Not only, like we said, did they get that spot locked in, they walk away with a nice chunk of change, $500 for them, but You know what? It makes me sad, Seaboard, because we don't have any more games today. I'm going to be missing this. It's going to be a couple more weeks before we have, you know, those invitationals, those other qualifiers, and I'm going to be needing some PUBG.
I'm going to be needing some PUBG as well. But for today, Llama, that's going to be all said and done for what we have seen. It was a fun 5 maps, and congratulations to Nasser, like you say, for locking in that grand final spot alongside our playoff qualifiers. But until next time for PUBG Mobile, make sure you follow Arena Esports, powered by Tislat.e, and show them some love, because it's not only PUBG that we put on here. We got Dota, we got Free Fire, we got CSGO, and many, many more. But until next time, make sure to stay tuned and stay subscribed to stay up to date with everything there is here at Arena Esports. We will see you next time here on stream. Take care.
Give me some, I'ma catch a murder case. On my block, in this cop, mask on my face. Hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case.
Out there, check out this dope shit, man.
Hey, it's another guy, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my baby, trying to pay in my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix, really trying to get my pay. This is for the players. Hey, it's another guy, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my baby, trying to pay in my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix, really trying to get my pay.